on Africa, Subcommittee on Media, Host Broadcasting and Advertising. He has served as a panelist at the annual Africa Business Conferences of Harvard Business School, Wharton Business School, and Kellogg School of Management. He was a speaker at the Financial Heart Focus Conference, South Africa, the School of Media and Communications, Pan-African University, now Pan-Atlantic University, EDS, Pan-Atlantic University, the Nigerian Bar Association, Women in Management and Business, Annual Conference, and the Platform. He is the author of several books and a mentor to young people. He published the popular Letter to Jack and Letter to Jill every Saturday, as well as Luminary every Sunday on Twitter. Leke Alder is a lawyer, polymath, and philanthropist. His foundation, the Leke Alder Foundation, supports 9 orphanages and has impacted the lives of over 150,000 individuals with food aid, medical, finance, and scholarships. Please rise as we welcome Mr. Leke Alder.
customers are very distrustful of banks with less experience. That's why, for example, the first bank does not have more than 20 because their customers felt exposed. Some people are looking at them inside the bank. And you don't want to cash a lot of money and you change for a long time. You can't say you have that should change.
You'll go back to the mainland. Okay, so for a few minutes, we have some people standing outside. So if you don't mind, if you're sitting on this side, we'd like to please move to your chair. We're sorry, but we want to see how we can accommodate one person inside. So, please, we just ask you to just kind of move your chair, please.
This now is like picking sound from here.
How do you see it?
knowledge in business, and how do Science, physics, all those things, just to broaden your mind. There were problems in business. Everywhere you think of, a big problem was that they had a problem. They called other consulting organizations, and they didn't know how to solve the problem. So they called them and said, okay, can you look into this thing for us? So what we did was that we went to the third mainland bridge. And we looked at the third mainland bridge, that they also it as a business process. So where are the roles to pay him? That's input. As you travel through it, that's throughput. Now, let's get the other end, your output. We ask ourselves, if this is a common fear of business, what are the things that cause inefficiencies on third mainland bridge? When I bring, for example, at that time, the military buses, that they were, amphibian vehicles. So they were diving into the water regularly. We used the first original of mass destruction. So we started identifying 8 causes of inefficiencies on that bridge. For example, there's an accident on one side, people stop on the other side. So after we mentioned that, we now ask ourselves, what are the inconveniences of these 8 inefficiencies in the banking organization? And we identify them. Then we draw the charts and everything presented to management. They were shocked and they solved their problem. Now that is all possible because of the way we think, strategic thinking. And it's all possible because we have other disciplines in the organization. Everybody was able to apply things like that. So what you do when you do strategy is that you also do strategic objectives. So every year you must review your organization. Every year, sit down with your staff and review your organization. You know whether your mission is still relevant, whether your vision is still relevant, whether your values can sustain within the economic environment that is in. And if it doesn't work, change it. Okay? So we have all those things, and then we identify costs to be done, also the strategic objectives, and then we assign names and people to it, and we assign dates. If you do that regularly, you will review your business really well. You want the second question? That's a difficult to relax. You try to know business wants to know your costs. So the first thing about planning strategy is you want to know what your costs are. Because you can't people subsidizing your customers. You're not a economic subsidy. So what are your costs? It's a problem for many entrepreneurs. Someone has a very young entrepreneur, very young, and had it 22. I don't understand that. I don't know that I've never covered that I spent. So I don't have everything. I have 2 bottles and everything. At the end of the world, I was shocked how much Convener was taking from me. Because that meant I had to ask for Convener. And I have a discipline to run an organization. I know a salary. So in planning strategy, you have a certain because you never know what the profitability you can make. It's not up to you. But one of the reasons that you build brands is because it adds benefits to your organization. You need to check at a certain level. So in the investments that you make upfront, you eventually make the non-pension. That's why you need, I don't have to, you just have to know the costs. And the costs, how much electricity do you consume in a day? How much rent do you consume in a day? How much activities do you consume in a day? How much salary do you consume in a day? And you know what business begins because your business model. If you are not first consumer goods, it's different for you and being the kind of thing that we do. We can't work for everybody. SMEs can't afford us. We can't afford SMEs. So we have to create a special program for SMEs. So we can accommodate people and bring people up. But their costs are very high. And your HR cost is multiple rising every year. So in higher with the will, so what are your costs? All what goes into your business. What a while, because it's a very common one, a very common issue. You're paid say 1 million and you want to spend out of it. The first thing you should do is to ask yourself, the job you've been given, how much will finish this job? Say get 100,000. To separate 100,000, it's not your money. It's a 200,000 that is your money. So if you have rights in a day, if you have more than 1 years, it's up to you. But also don't think that you will take out of this money, like they will talk clearly, I want you to plug the client, they will start disappointed, because client is disappointed. And before you know it, client calls you, you pick up your call, you start on the way, you can't come into the company, you don't want to do it. That's a simple ways in which integrity is built. If you take money from anybody to do something, they never on that will have an excellent level. So you don't want to advertise, since all that was created, you never advertised. You know the fire after the other, after the other, after the other. I don't know how people to know about us, but I know I don't speak to the end. You never spoke to me for a long time. Because I was a council. Okay. Yes, that's correct.
My name is Damilola. I'm from Lere. So my first one has to.
Please. I think he's speaking. Please. One, two. Speaking, one, two. So just take this into front of any speaker, or you give it to me. Speaker.
Do you understand? Because it has a boss, there's certain rules that you take. The older your business grows and the more solid your business, the more you know the so radical. But it
You
works.
just put this in front of speaker.
And what people didn't know was that it was a multifaceted strategy.
Working, just put it in front of
Orange
speaker.
corruption was coming into Nigeria at that time. And they knew. So we owned the word orange so that by the time to come, just to dissuade them from coming. Number two, guaranteed trust fund just change its logo and its color. I wanted everybody to so that they can interact with us, interact with the bank. You can't copy it, you can't create it, but you can interact with those boxes. Children can sit on them, people can take photographs. And the top thing was that at that time there was a notable legacy bank that was defining the business environment. They are also defined the business environment. So how was a new company like that going to talk that they were the best at that time? But this other company was defining the way everybody functioned. So we said, okay, this is what we're going to do. We're going to redefine the market by your values. So we started pushing the values of gratitude and showing how to work it in practical terms. And I remember the MD, and also they were making money. I remember the MD meeting me at Abuja Airport and said, Leke, I don't know what you did, but we're making serious money. You must deliver value to your clients. You must deliver value to your clients. If you are valueless, what is your use?
Sir, just drop the mic, sir. If you're valueless, what is? Okay, we can't have enough of Mr. Leke, all that. But a few days ago at the Stivari's event, sir, you shared your 7-page proposal of how one person asked a question, who did this? And for the benefit, I don't know, sir, if just for the benefit of, so that they understand the value of how you, has anyone heard about that story? Yeah. You've heard the story, so not all of us. So it will be good because we don't have the privilege of having Mr. Leke all the time. Yes, we see him on Twitter, we see him on, but sir, if you don't mind, sir. No, the part of how you took your time, it was the first time of a proposal at a young age. Yes, sir. So you see that I follow, sir. I have the philosophy of following.
People often wonder, how do I make it? And most of the stories out there are not honest. The impression you get when you see a rich or successful businessman in Nigeria is that he was born in Leventis or in Palm, and then he just landed in Victoria Island. I knew the MD of a bank who used to take Molwe, and that's what do you call it, boss of mass destruction. But today he has totally edited that past out of his history and is therefore not an inspiration to young people. Okay. So two young people came to my office and said they had imported brother typewriters, the typewriters, that can I do something? So I told them to go away. In a week's time, I produced a card for them, because they didn't have money. So if we could reduce the advertising budget to business card size, we could go a long way. So I did an advert for them on a business card. One side of the card read, if brother typewriters had existed at the time of Moses, Moses would have used it to write the 10 Commandments. Then on the other side, their contact details and everything. And within a few weeks, they sold out the typewriters. Now, one of the companies that they sold to, they were asking, who did this? So invariably, I met the marketing director and he said, go and bring a proposal. I'd never done a proposal before in my life. So I said, let me read up on this thing. So I tried to read up. And it occurred to me that this is the marketing director. He knows more than me on marketing. And I said, okay, I called people to help me. People who have knowledge in the advertising industry, and someone to be a threat. In the book of Proverbs for about a year, God would not allow me to read any other thing except the book of Proverbs. That entire, it was coming out of my nose. I even wrote a book on it, showing the interrelationship between book Proverbs and modern business. And I was shocked at all the information that was in there. So I called my pastor and I said, look, so go and bring a proposal. I never done one before. What do I tell these people? And the guy looked at me and said, "Done, on one condition, that you also handle my company in the UK." Yeah. Just because of a essentially three-page document. That's what he was paying for. And that company went from 0 to 100 million in sales in 6 months. It was that the next year, they offered me 1 million naira as retainer. And on top of that retainer, remember, the fund doesn't accept commissions only, because what if the marketing director decides not to place adverts? I don't get any money. And what if he decides that he wants to place through this and through that? You know the way people do things. So I will have incurred Shomolu costs, but zero income. So I went for a retainer because you have to know what you are selling. I knew I wasn't selling artwork, I was selling intelligence. And that was what I charged for. And the key was, for a long time, every job that I did, the Italian embassy, whether the British embassy, everybody kept asking who embassy, sitting at home in Ogba, because we used to live at Ogba when I graduated and all that. When I first got married, I was living at Ogba. And the Italian embassy will send a car to come and pick me in Ogba to have a meeting in Victoria Island. And I realized that if God wants you, And then one day I was given a job at the Italian embassy, because I was working for about 4 Italian establishments. But the ambassador himself now wanted to do ID cards for all Italians in Nigeria, and they called me. And there was this hot head at the embassy who hated Nigerians. Because some of them were crooked and all that. And this was a job that was 100 or something. That was a lot of money, man. Yeah. And I was I don't shout, I don't fight. So the guy began to shout. He shouted down the entire embassy. And he's shouting, and I'm just looking. He's shouting, and we'll talk.
So the ambassador heard the noise and came out of his office. And then NEPA brought light. You know, the type that looks like police torch. You don't really see, you don't know whether it's light or it's not light. So what we will do is that I'll put on the car headlights of my car. We'll use it to mix ink. And then we'll go inside and print blindly. You know, and that was what we did until we finished producing the work. And when we finished around 6 a.m. in the morning, from like 4 o'clock the previous day, you know, I went to, showered, looked very nice, and marched into the Italian embassy and said, "This is your invitation cards." I never told them what I went through, that I crossed 7 rivers, climbed 7 mountains, because the truth is, it's none of their business. And there are too many people that sell process and don't sell products. You see, you are trying to impress me. Okay, if I'm getting married and you are telling me, oh, I did this, NEPA did this and everything. So you're going to ask, where's my wedding dress? And I launched that philosophy. It's not the client business, what you go through, you know, it was tough, it's this, as that. Just produce results. Results speak. For the Italian embassy, then from there, it spread to the German embassy. For the German embassy. From there, it spread to the British High Commission. From there, it spread to another embassy. I think I was working for about 4 or 5 embassies at that time. And I was doing well. All because of one job. You only need one job. You pour your life into that thing. Just produce, because you are producing cash flow. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure with this treatment of ease, he's been able to convince us and not confuse us that is a man And anything that has to do with strategy, policy, brand consultant, can we celebrate Mr. Leke Alder? Thank you so much. Is this the best way to celebrate a man that has taken his time to speak to us for over 1 hour? And this is just one of our lot of speakers. Thank you so much. In case you don't know, Mr. Leke Alder was called to the bar as a lawyer in 1986. Some of you were not born then. 1986. I don't know where I was, but I know. Thank you so much. Mr. Leke Alder, my name is Sako, sir. In case you are Sako, I know that you know me. I just wanted to be sure that he said he knows me. So if you stay in Ogba, you can make it. It's not about what you stay. When your job, they will bring a car to pick you. That's it now. Let's celebrate Mrs. Sumba Adeoye. Can we celebrate Pastor Sumba Adeoye? Thanks so much for joining us. All right. It's been 10 years of consistency. A journey that started on the 2nd of May, 2012. And see how far we've come. So at this time, we'd like to share with you a story, the Lifepage business story. And after that, I'll bring it up Her Excellency Senami. We have a video introduction. All right, let's go. Can you please?
I like table tennis. I love table tennis. I played table tennis actively in 1992, 93, 94, 95. So Lifepage was conceived 2001. I was working in the bookstore at the time. That was where I picked my passion for reading and all of these things. And it was there, as I scribbled and inspirations I was getting. That document is still in the file till date. At the time, it wasn't Lifepage, that was the name. It was Pages of Life. So it was, I thought about and ruminated on Pages of Life. By the time you say Pages of Life Limited, rapture may have taken place. So 2008, a few months after I got married, I called a few friends together who were my colleagues at work, where I was working at the time. I was working on investment banking at the time. We went to stockbroking, portfolio management, funds management, investment advice. We were doing a whole lot of those things then. I built a team at the time. Two of these guys were part of those things. I had several that were also as close to me, but I called them together. At the time also, that organization where we worked, it was the model, the business model of that company was a company within the company. I was, for the most part of that experience, was an entrepreneurial employee. In other words, I was responsible for the profit of my division. So if I didn't produce, if I didn't generate profits, I would go hungry. So, and also, that was where I learned, that was why I developed my leadership skills, literally. So I called these gentlemen together. The initial idea was that we're going to register our own company as a company within. That was the idea. So even though it was originally conceived, I thought that this would be a good place to fully express all that I had. And then in that organization, the company used to do a lot of reworks, a lot of empowerment and all of it. So I envisioned that we can carry that on with this company, Lifepage. And that was what led to the initial registration of the organization at the time. But as time went on, I knew I couldn't, I didn't want any conflict of interest. So I was focused. It was impossible for anybody to even think I was ever going to leave the company. And I never planned to leave the company at the time. Honestly, I didn't. And so eventually for like 3 years, we didn't operate fully. We're just doing a lot of skeletal, a lot of brainstorming, and all of those things. At the time the company was registered, there wasn't clarity of what particular business, products, and services we were going to render. But by 2012, I ran into an opportunity through another friend of mine who said, there's this 21 acres somewhere. Would we be interested in taking it up along with them? So we'll take 10 acres, we'll take 11 acres. I said, fantastic. So that was a good opportunity to launch. And since wealth creation is at the core of purpose, the thought had not always been that it would be real estate alone, it had just been that we do business. But when that opportunity presented itself, that was how we rode on the wing of that opportunity, and that was how we got started. So we started marketing that product, that particular landed property. That was our pilot project. We called it Lifepage Gardens those days. One of the main goal for us is making life richer, and we've been able to touch over 10,000 lives in 10 years, and that's awesome. Quite a number of people have attended our events. We believe in education, and we believe that if people know better, they'll do better. We do a lot of seminars, we do a lot of enlightenment, because beyond the physical asset, the mental asset is equally important. Any physical asset can be taken away from you, but what you know is what you know. And what you know is always going to inform the kind of decisions that you make. So we believe before they go part with their hand informed, they're supposed to take an informed decision. The informed decision will help them to take the right investment decision. So we believe to impact over 10,000 lives in the course of our journey to 10. And we believe we'll be able to do more. I mean, we've impacted 10,000 lives, we have the road to 1 million. I believe we're on the right track. In the last 10 years, we've given out several cars. In the last 10 years, we've given out several houses. Now, as reward for performance, by the way, we've given out, taking loads of people on all-expense paid trip abroad as reward. So what I realized for me was discovering a concept that we call PIN back then, Property Investment Network, which is more of a network marketing pattern in the real estate space. I'm sure that we are the first in the real estate space to introduce that. For us, in the next 10 years at Lifepage, and the main goal now is housing, and that has, in the last 3 years, that has been our focus, not just the development of houses, but also to make sure that all the past subscribers for us to come and develop their land, and that's we have more direct impact. And Lifepage being a very responsible company, we want something that will impact the economy greatly. You know, breaking it down for you to achieve 1 million homes, what it means is that there's an economy around that 1 million homes. Land is needed, cement is needed, artisans are needed. Quite a number of factors are needed for you to achieve that. So in a way, we are not just solving housing problem, we are solving an employment problem. We are not just solving housing problem, we are meeting a need. We are providing cash flow for people own this house, rent it out, accommodation issues are being solved, and people have assets that does not depreciate. So that is our own objective for the next 10 years, 20, 30 years. Between now and 2040, I want to achieve that 1 million. I'd like to seize the opportunity to thank every of the current and previous board members. Your inputs have been of great value to us. It has helped us to think differently, move, accomplish things faster than we would have ordinarily imagined. The fact that there's someone checking, or there are persons checking to see that, look, are we complying with this and that, has helped a great deal over the years, and we do not take your input for granted. We'd also like to thank every staff, past and present. Every input of yours is what has got us this far, and we do not take it for granted. Business owners, entrepreneurs, investors, customers, staff, management staff of Lifepage, and the entire board members of Lifepage, just happy 10th anniversary to all of us. Cheers to the next 10, the next 100 years of Lifepage.
She isn't your typical keynote speaker. Her unique background includes over 14 years of investment banking, deal sourcing, and experience in the capital market while nurturing various stakeholder relationships. She is the former managing director of Meristem Capital, where she led the client coverage team with additional focus on growing the global investor base. She serves on a couple of startups as board advisor. She serves on a couple of startups as board advisor, having gained qualifications in corporate governance, leadership, and strategic direction from different portfolios over the years. And she's passionate about amplifying the narrative on real estate and access to funding opportunities. She is an associate member and serves under various mentorship capacities in WIMBIZ, Women in Management and Business. Please welcome Senami Amusu.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Wow, that was a very, very, very detailed profile of me. But usually I always look at myself and look at that's not, this is me. So I have a presentation. Is it up? Let me first say a big congratulations to Lifepage Group. I was talking to Mrs. Hassan, and I remember the first time I met his doctor now. I don't know why he doesn't want to use it. Dr. Oladipupo. I think that was in 2019. And usually when I go and meet founders and companies, I actually try to go and see their offices just to have a sense of what their values are, their culture is. And so Oladipupo's office had, I think it's the 4 walls were filled with books, if I remember. Not one single TV. And for founders. I don't know why we Nigerians love our TVs. The bigger the screen. But Mr. Oladipupo filled so many books, and he could even talk about each one of them. Is it presentation up? He could talk about each one of them, and he actually even started talking about how the books that he has written and has not even written, and that was very impactful for me. And we've held on to that relationship over the years. And let me ask the question I always ask everybody: does anybody know how many books Dr. Oladipupo has read? How many? Let me ask. Mrs. Hassan, do you know how many books Dr. Oladipupo has read? Let's ask. Do you know how many written? Sorry. So let's change to written. I mean, I'm thinking 200. I don't know. 200. Am I right? You don't even know. He doesn't know. Wow. Okay. If the presentation is not up, I can still start. So I'm going to be just giving just what I've learned in the market and practical experiences regarding fundraising. So the topic was actually attracting FDI investors, but I know what is important to us here is how to attract foreign investors. So I would come down to that point. So I would actually start up with my opening thoughts. I would go to how to attract foreign investors, what they are looking out for. I would talk about real estate funding options, what people are doing now, what I've seen in the market. I would also talk about how technology takes center stage. And I will give you a snapshot of people that you should be watching regarding investing in real estate. Still not up. Should I continue? Okay, so people always expect funding to be a straight and narrow way. I want to raise debt in 6 months, I will get debt. I want to raise equity in 2 months, I'll get equity. It's never like that. It's always a mixture of so many things all at the same time. So I'm here to just say that it is not straight. It is always a mixture of everything. So let's start with my opening thoughts. So AVCA is the African Venture Capital Association. They actually track the amount of private funding coming into Nigeria or into Africa. And they actually, as of 2021, let me give you some data. We had about 1.1 billion USD that came into Nigeria. And out of that amount, we had 145 deals that took place in Nigeria. And in terms of sector allocation, financials took 38% of that amount. We all know the fintech guys. So they took the most of that. IT took 16%, industrials took 12%, and communication services took 17%. So in between communication and industrial, that's where real estate fall on. So I'm speaking to the technology hub centers, logistic hubs, data centers. So we fall under that space. So that's where we are there. But what am I saying? There is money coming to Nigeria and it is moving. And so some things are going to put at the back of our mind. So there is a pre-election year, we know. Tinubu has been making noise up and down, we know. But we're not going to be focused on that because where am I going to? In terms of investing landscape, there are different types of investors, and they have different strategies. And so let me use an example. I don't know if any of us bought MTN shares when it came out, 160 something. Now it's 2 something, 250 something. If I came now and said that, will you sell your MTN shares? Will you sell it? No, that's because you're a growth investor. You believe that in the next 5 years, that investment will grow. So the investors that we are focused on are growth investors. So yes, we know that the economy we have so many weak indicators. Inflation is high. Everything, the interest rate is all over the place. There's no long-term funds. But growth investors focus on that because they know that at this point, this is called the dip. This is when you come in because in the next 4 years, that's when you're going to make your money. So this is the best time to come into the market. So the investors we focus on are growth investors. People are always giving all the, I call it downfall gossip, that, oh, people are taking their money out of Nigeria. People are this, okay, I try not to say going to Christian, into my spiritual background. But as for me, and when I'm looking at funding, I say I'm focused. I don't speak to the negative. I speak to the positive. Nigeria is going to grow. We have another 4 years window coming up from the elections. And we know that whatever anybody that buys now is going to cash out in the next 4 years. And those are the investors that we are focused on. So yes, people are going to come into the market. So anybody that says, oh, people are taking their money out, we have people that invested 5 years ago, but we are focused on the ones that are coming in now. I have 20 minutes, so let me rush now. Okay. What investors are looking out for when they're approaching you. So there are 4 key. First one is your business model. I'm going to speak to real estate, mostly developers now. Your business model. I know when people come and say, oh, I spoke to, so they say they don't do real estate. And I'll tell you why. Real estate has a flat revenue, meaning that you're going to say we're going to make money. You're only going to make money from rental income, which is flat. You cannot increase it every year. So if 1 to 5 years, the rental income is straight. So what they're looking for now is they're looking for how to be innovative with your business model. How can you show revenue that is beyond rental income? And I think Mr. Alder spoke about it. How can you innovate beyond rental income? So what I'm seeing now for small mini estates, you know that the power side, you can actually sublet to any of the mini grid guys. And instead of them giving you a flat rate, why don't you see how you can negotiate maybe a medium rent, then an incremental on the energy use. So as many people are coming to the estates, you get incremental income. So when you're speaking to an investor and you say, oh, I have rental income plus incremental income from the energy use, that is innovation. But when you come and say you have a flat rental income, then the conversation is already flat is already discouraged from that. The next one is your track record. Mr. Alder talked about that. You need to track your money. How much are you making? How much are you losing? What is your cost? What is the land cost? You need to track it. So don't come and say, oh, it's in a paper somewhere. Preferably something that is documented that they can see. So that is very important regarding track record. So for investors, you have to show them your business model beyond rental revenue, your track record, that is your cash flows being measured properly. Then your governance. I would want to add culture to that. People always say governance, but I'll say governance and culture. We've seen how the market is reacting to the culture of leadership right now. If I use a recent case, which is the horrible bosses saga on Twitter, and it's something that investors are looking at. How is your leadership culture? Are you inclusive? Do you encourage development? Do you inspire your people to think beyond you, to have innovative thoughts, to even veto your decisions? So if your employees cannot veto your decisions, then how will they board that you now veto your decisions? So those are things are what they are looking out for. And it's not in any paper, it's how they interact with your staff. The last one is your capital structure. So what we see now is debt. What I mean by debt is that we Nigerians, I think we like holding on to our company. So it's our birthright, which is fine. But what we've seen now is that a lot of investors are more skewed towards debt instruments rather than equity because they see a lot of ownership issues coming out of discussions with founders. So those are the 4 major areas: business model, track record, governance and culture, and your capital structure, which is how much debt you are taking into the company. So that is some of the things they are looking for. Now we're going to go to the funding options that I'm seeing. So the first one is, I think it's 5. The first one is, I call it project investing or direct investing. So what your funding options are where you look within your cost requirements, what it takes to set up your business or to set up this real estate platform. And you look for the ones that is most variable. Variable means that FX affects it, interest rate affects it. and you see how you can fund that. So you reach out to investors and say, you know what, so you're speaking from an informed decision. So you have looked at everything in your cost profile and you believe that this part of your business, let me use an example, say sanitary wares. They're building a multi-story apartment complex. And so the sanitary wares are the most expensive part and it's highly impacted by FX and interest rates. So you pull that component out and you do a contractor financing. And you say, go and meet investors and say, you'd like to just finance this element because you know that it's going to increase in 3 years and your building won't be ready till another 2 years. So that shows that, okay, you understand what your cost flow is and you understand how to finance. Oh, okay, we've done this. The second side, please. So that's the first one, which is contractor financing. The second thing that we see is crowdfunding, where you leverage on your family and friends and people in diaspora to fund your real estate project. So ROI is defined. You don't have to set up your own. There are other real estate crowdfunding sites that are open right now. So you have to leverage on them and see bring your project up. First of all, you need to tap into the key source of funding, which is integrity. And if your family and friends can, investors would hesitate a little bit. So that's for that. So then there is blended finance, which a lot of let's say first of all is a commercial paper, which is 270 days. It's a short-term instrument. So that for 1 to 2 years. And they refinance. Then there's the bonds, and you can do a sukuk private placement. What we also see is that DFI funding is coming to this field. Shelter Africa raised a 46 billion naira bond, which they want to on-lend, which is a debt they want to on-lend. Another thing that we see for funding options, which you can use. So I'm giving you different options that you can use for your funding your real estate project, is the joint venture. I think we touched on this a little bit from what Mr. Oladipupo talked about earlier. Joint venture means that you look at people within your network that you can leverage on. They can bring different things on ground. So what we see is that people are looking to cooperatives now. A lot of cooperatives have landed properties that are just laying idle. So tap into your cooperative, maybe your secondary school cooperative or alumni who has land that you can all put together, who has different resources, you can all come together and create a business out of that. So what I'm saying is that leverage on your existing network, especially cooperatives and your alumni. So that's for joint ventures. So people bring in even non-cash items, building materials. If somebody is a distributor for building materials, somebody has land, you have the technical expertise, you all come together and you create this entity. So that's for that. Then we see real estate investment platform, which is REITs or digitized assets. Pretty much I always call it a pizza, where we all put all the assets together and people pay for a slice of it. And so that's what people are doing now. In terms of what I see more of is between the blended debt finance and the joint ventures. So what I'm saying is that if you're looking for funding for your business, yes, you want to reach out to private investors, but first of all, tap within your network. Everybody has their alumni on their phones. We put out the post now that you're looking for someone that has land or someone that is into building materials or things like that, and see how you can do a joint venture and create an opportunity to create wealth for yourself. Next slide, please. I'm trying to move fast. You said 20 minutes. Okay. And then technology takes center stage. So when you're talking to investors, these are the 4 key things they are looking at. How are you deploying technology in your business model? Are you focusing on modular housing to reduce your housing costs? Are you focusing on using innovative technologies to reduce your energy use? So things like that. When you start thinking like that and amplifying things, investors will actually look at your project more. Then the second part is more the key one. How do you consolidate real estate as a service platform? I touched on it earlier from the revenue model. So real estate, you need to look at real estate beyond just rental income or selling it when it's like selling it later on. How do you service where you can take some incremental revenue from energy use? If the estate that you build or the project you're building has more bachelors, why don't you a cleaning service platform where you can offer cleaning services that incremental revenue and also create a service around what you're doing. So as the bachelors increase, then you can get more money from cleaning their apartments. Then there's digitized real estate assets. So this is for so investors look at some of these things because again of the culture of the environment that we are in now. Then centers and logistics hubs. This is just because we have the e-commerce growing, and so people are leveraging on the consistent cash flows from e-commerce. Next slide. Okay, so these are the people that we should be looking out for in terms of investors. I would give you a snapshot and so that we can, I'll try to capture everybody as much as possible. So what I did was people that have raised to real estate. So these are people that have captured. So InfraCredit has a guarantee product that if you're raising money in the capital market, which is bonds or commercial papers, you can reach out to them. Shelter Africa just raised for 6 billion naira, and they're going to raise another one in another 6 months. They haven't even deployed that amount. That means they have cash lying idle that they haven't used. UN Ops gives guarantees for if you have any imports from from the US. Family home funds affordable houses. If you have not reached out to them, do reach out to them. In terms of investment houses that are aggressive on real estate, City Homes has a lot of products for real estate investors. NBO Capital Management, I think they handled is it one of the malls? I can't remember, but they have a lot of knowledge base because funding real estate is different from funding agri, different from funding fintech. There's some certain expertise that is required. FBN Quest is very good with this because they've been supporting Mixta for a while now. In terms of banks, a lot of our Nigerian banks are not used to funding real estate, so we would skew towards the people that have a lot of South African experience. So Rand Merchant Bank has that experience. Stanbic too has that experience, but they will not ask you for 70% equity contribution. Sterling Bank has a desk also for real estate. In terms of people that have funds that they have raised and they haven't deployed, so ACA, African Capital Alliance, has a real estate fund that hasn't been deployed. Rising Tide is a angel investor group of women that you can reach out to. They do weekly meetings where you can pitch your business to. Sanlam African Core Real Estate Funds. They're actually in Ghana. They've raised money for funding real estate. They haven't done any deal in Nigeria yet, but because I've showed you the data, remember I said that this is the deep. People want to come in now. They are looking at coming into Nigeria. Verod Capital has some funds that they've raised. So pretty much everybody on that private equity also haven't deployed the money that they've raised because they are watching the market, and this is the best time to come in. In terms of crowdfunding or JV finance, there's Enterprise Hotel, there's Cosgrove. I don't know if I missed anybody. Rise does dollar-based crowdfunding. But what I'm trying to say is that do reach out to a lot of these people, send them an email, check their website, follow them online or on Twitter, and see how they can, because they are looking for deals, and real estate is very fragmented, so it's hard for them to also find good deals, and so they're actively searching. So it also helps if you also reach out to them. I think that is the end of my presentation. If there's anything I want you to remember after this, it's just 3 main things. For real estate, let's look beyond rental income. Then for validating your track record, if you can afford it, try and reach out to a credit rated agency to validate that. And the third one, when speaking to investors, think about your impact and how technology is improving your business model. And I think that is all. Thank you.
Can we celebrate Her Excellency, Senami Amusu? Can we celebrate her? Thank you so much. Okay, so there'll be, if you don't have a copy of the program, there'll be a panel session where there'll be room for question and answer. The reason we took questions earlier on was because Mr. Leke Alder wasn't going to be staying behind and want to take all the questions. Some of you have questions you want to ask. We'll take all very, very shortly. Professor Baale will be coming up, and after that, we have our grand mentor, Dr. Olumide Emmanuel, come up. And please write your questions because Mr. Hassan will be handling that questions. You could have it written so it can be faster. You could just give it to any of the ushers so that we can get there. Are you enjoying yourself at all? Could you just stand up for a few minutes and just straighten your leg because we have you want to stand up? You want to go for a break? Yeah, we'll break. We'll not be able to break up. Yeah. Yes. So Mrs. Hassan is saying if you can write the questions now, you could actually bring it to so that you can. Yes. You can straighten your leg, get to just say, maybe you see somebody you wanted to say hello to, just say hello to the person, greet the person. If the person is single, tell the person, are you single? May 7th can be a year where you I've seen people say they didn't plan they were going to get married until they met the person. My brother, thank you for coming forward. Yes, meet him. Tell him your business proposal. Yes. All right. Okay. All right. Some people want to ease themselves. They can quickly ease themselves, and then we're ready for Professor Lere Baale. He will be handling this. Yes. No, I did not say we are done. No, this one that you people. Oh, you just want to quickly, please let's quickly ease ourselves and come back quickly. Please. I just thought it was just needful that some of us have been here before 9. I think somebody said it was the first person. Where are you? You were the first person. You were, what English did I speak now? You were the first person, but you said you were the first person. Did you see him signify, say the person? Did you see him in the hall? Please signify. You didn't see him. You met her, yeah. Oh, she met you, yeah. Okay, so he said, so when you got into the hall, who did you see? People decorating. You are also the first person. She said, you met her outside. So who met who? Yeah, no, it's my philosophy. Yeah. So you have to check. Oh, you're asking what time. So did you clock in? You came You came here 6:30 a.m. What happened? Where did you come from? No, tell me. No, sincerely. You came into this place 6:30 a.m. Where do you stay? Ogun State. Can we please put her hand together? Please come take a token. It's just please come. Can we please put her hand together for her? It's just a token. Ogun State. No, this is a return ticket. Just a token. Ogun State, and you got here 6:30. Who's the person? You said you met, but that guy, what time did you get here? She's a senior colleague. She got here 6:30. You got here to 8. Okay, what did you get here? By 7:30. You know God is watching you at the civil center. So he's your colleague. Can we please put her hand? Come take this token for recharge card. Don't worry, we'll look for something for you. You'll get a 2-bedroom flat, but the soft copy, you just look for the land, and then you will build it by yourself. Yeah. All right, so we're ready for Prof. We have this, and you know how important Prof is. He's been a great journey. He's been a great teacher, a great mentor to our CEO, and for him, he's our teacher's teacher. You know, Dr. Olumide, Dr. Oladipupo, Clement has been giving us tips on how to be a millionaire, how to retain wealth, the habit of millionaires. Have you subscribed to his YouTube channel? Do you have anyone that subscribed to his YouTube channel? We need to, please. Yes, thank you. You're the only one that's seen. No, please, we need to. Can you go to his YouTube channel now and please, what's our YouTube channel again? Lifepage. Just type Lifepage. Can you help us to just do that now, please? Thank you for not looking at our behavior. There are tips. Sincerely, you need to. All right, do we have the introduction for? Are you ready? The next speaker is Professor Lere Baale. Can we please put them together for him as he comes up after the introduction?
Business School Netherlands served the pioneering governing management board of Lagos State University Teaching Hospital between 2008 and 2016. Has business transformation experience in leading world-class global firms, including Pfizer, Worldwide Biopharmaceuticals, Mike Adenuga Group, BSN, and CMOE USA. At Pfizer, he served as Executive Regional Director, rebuilding Pfizer afresh from ground zero in Nigeria in 1997 to cover over 32 countries by 2004. He is a professor of Agile Organization Transformation in Business School Netherlands, director of World Institute of Action Learning Coaches in Nigeria. He is a board member of Hagai Leadership International Alumni, a distinguished Toastmaster, Chartered President 2016, and Area 28 Director of Toastmasters 2019 to 2020, President of Entrepreneurs Organization 2019 to 2020, and a member of Ikoyi Club 1938, married to his childhood friend Ife, and blessed with children. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Lere Baale.
Hello, my colleagues. I will stand behind this lantern. Hope you can see me because of my peculiar height. You don't because I've been short. We are cute. Or extraordinarily summarized. We don't like to spend too much time. I would like to use my slide. I'm basically a teacher. I'm impressed by the CEO of Lifepage, who have been a mentor to me for some time now. I teach in an executive program. That means a number of time the students could actually do what is called reverse mentoring. I'm a perpetual learner, a scholar, whom Leke, Alder, who I've known since 1987. He did mention the fact that one needs to learn to be humble. If you're a good learner, you don't have an option than to be humble. Is it possible for me to have my slides? As I would like to just spend exactly, that's right, very kind of you. Do you have a remote control or I have to talk to you next? All right, let me start. Because I'm aware of the fact that there will be two forms of, two mixed audience here. So what I've done is to actually speak to the two forms of audience. One is the audience of investors who are real estate players, primary players. The second audience that I worked on are the people who are buyers of real estate. No problem. Makes it easier. Is it? Can you see now? All right, thank you. I didn't know my height could block anybody. Sorry. I'm not actually a typical wealth creation speaker. I'm actually from a very lowly background. I couldn't pay my fees in primary school, and my parents couldn't pay my fees in primary school. It was like £1. Maybe Oladipupo has brought me here because of some of the stories I tell in class. I worked on my own to be able to pay £1 per term in my primary school. I used to hand an equivalent of 1 shilling 3 pence for full work on Saturday. I did same in secondary school. I work as a vendor, as a photographer. I work in various roles. As a store person, as a houseboy. And after my first 3 years, I couldn't pay my fees, which was £9 per term. And I stopped my education. And the principal of the school happens to be a reference sister, a Catholic reference sister, looked for me about 6 weeks into the new session, which was equivalent to Form 3, and brought me back to school. And then paid my fees for the rest of my secondary school, A-level, and university. Because of this, I made up my mind, my kids need to get the best of education. And if it requires me to sell all my assets, I will do so. In 1985, I got exposed to somebody who happens to be my direct boss and who happens to have made some investment in real estate as part of his effort to fund the education of his children. He opened up to me on what I needed to do, and then I started to save money by 1986. First in shares, which cumulated eventually into purchase of a investment in real estate outside the country. And when my kids were of age and I started to put them in school, I had to borrow money against those mortgages through methodology of refinancing, taking advantage of capital appreciation to be able to fund the education of my kids for an aggregate of 20 years in UK. My son is a PhD holder. He had his PhD at the age of 28. He's older than that now, so of course he's married with kids. although I look like a 25-year-old boy myself. My daughter has double masters. Collectively, they spent 18 years. And my wife also had course to go to UK for 2 years. I had all my education in this country. My tertiary education, of course, I had in business school Netherlands. But all my education, my third degree, but all my education, everything, I had in this country. And I'm a strong believer that I've also tried my hand in the stock, and I've had cause to have my fingers burnt, of course. When I won't mention names of company. I bought shares for 6 naira. It went to 24. I wanted more. And then it crashed. And I lost a huge amount of money. All my life savings, everything. But thanks to the fact that I had some backup investment in real estate. For anybody who's interested in quick money, real estate might not be the right thing. But you want an assured kind of money. The kind of money that will look as if you've won a lottery years to come. I think real estate is the right thing. And I speak with all kinds of confidence. I can't mention figures to you, but at least I've spoken about what I've been able to do with real estate money. And if anybody has any kid outside the country, you spend about £30,000 in a year, which includes tuition, which includes tuition, feeding, return ticket to Nigeria twice in a year, and all the things that are required. And if real estate would take care of 20 years like that, it looks like a good investment. So, my wife is very much interested in real estate in Nigeria, and she's been in the financial institution for some decades now. And every time we speak, she educates me concerning real estate in Nigeria, and that's the fact that you don't have the opportunity that I do have, which is to invest in real estate outside the country, then your first bet is real estate in Nigeria. Because real estate outside the country requires a number of things. First, if it's US, you need to have an identity. So if you don't have an identity, it might be difficult. And what I mean by identity, that you must have a social security number. Then if you cannot do that, then you must have real money, because you are buying cash. You are not really taking a loan. But taking a loan is about the best way, because if you buy a mortgage for $10, can you find the file? Okay. I will pray that you have a breakthrough. If you don't, I will just speak. I prepared the slides a few hours ago, so late in the night, so I'm able to. I know what I've prepared. So essentially, real estate is, let me start an example. Let's say you want to buy a mortgage worth 100. Let me use outside the country, which is the first mortgage I had. You want to buy a mortgage worth 100K. You are expected to give maybe 20 to 25K as deposit. The interest rate is not like what it is in Nigeria. It's usually about 5%. But luckily, I'm able to secure 2.65% for some. And particularly during the era of Obama, which has risen now to about 3.5, it's likely to rise again now. It means if the real estate grows by an average of about 5% per year, it means the real value of that property goes to 105 at the end of year 1. Am I correct? Good. Year 2 grows by another 5%. Am I correct? So it means in 4 years, even if we use simple arithmetic of 5,000 per year, in 4 years it will be 20,000. Am I correct? If your deposit was 20K, years you have actually recovered your money. Yes or no? Because the rate itself will pay for itself. Number 2, Because you have a capital appreciation of about 20, you are able to borrow money to the tune of 80% of the increment of 20, which you can plow into whatever you want to do again. And so, if I patient bet, like I am, and there's a 72 rule in investment management, that means what value in a year, the number of years it will take for the total value of, if it's say 12%, if it's 5%, that means within a period of 14 to 15 years, the value of your asset will double. Because you divide 72 by 5, or let's say 72 by 6%. Because in places like UK, the value of property could be as high as about 6-7%. So in Nigeria, the value of property could be higher, far higher than all those percentages. But overnight, you can also have a crash in exchange rate. So for those who have option on where to invest their dollars, it requires that you actually invest in real estate in Nigeria, in locations that you'll be willing to pay for you'll be willing to pay for rent. I've stayed in the same environment since 1999. I didn't have money to live where I'm living now. I mean, to have a house where I'm living. My colleagues were buying land, dead property far away from this center. And I mean, the center for people who live here is Leke. Of course, I'm not living in Leke. I can't afford it. Coincidentally, I don't know how to swim well as well. So I hope you understand the reason. So I live on the mainland. And I've been living on the mainland for several years. But I've been living in the current site where I live in Ogudu GRA since 1999. I used to live in Ogba when my office was in Obakran. When my office moved to the 6th floor of Church Gate, I used to work for Pfizer as a director there. I moved to Ogudu GRA. My wife wanted to know why we need to move. One, I mean, it was a long journey from Ogba to Victoria Island every morning. And I like to be in the office for 7 years or 7:30 latest. I close 10. I share my work with my wife. It has never, I've been cancelled, I've received cancelled, I've gone for, what do they do in churches? Deliverance, done everything. I've not been, and I've always told her, either share my job, which is my passion, or I share another woman with you. I think she preferred that I share the job. So I'm actually a workaholic. I enjoy working, particularly the things I love to do. I took an early retirement from Pfizer in 2006 after 25 years of working for Pfizer to start to teach. I've been teaching part-time in 2003, and I enjoy teaching. So I will bore you with lectures today. After the first two speakers, very rich lady who spoke about money, I saw all the investors. I was, all the investment and so on and so forth. I also serve on the board of a couple of different companies, including Green Spring School, where we have received a number of investment from some of the investors as well. And I've been serving on it for about 10 years now. So I want to be very honest with you. I share my little background with you so that you understand the fact that real estate is the real thing. If you want to create wealth, I'm not wealthy. I'm still learning. Oladipupo is teaching me everything I need to do to be wealthy. But you really need to. I wanted you to know that I also, my uniform used to be bow tie with suit. So I decided to send that picture. But for about 3 years now, I've not really worn any suit. I love cufflinks, so I wear clothes that has cufflinks. People don't recognize me now again, so I decided I bring my my bow tie is in the car. In case somebody needs to see me to be sure I'm the one, I wear it on the suit. All right, let's have the slide. So you see that, no, put the green page. What I want to do today is to just give you some this is a green law. I'm going to share with you just bullet points, give you some seeds to plant in your heart, knowing fully well that you need to water the seed yourself. In a forum like this is not a forum you can share too much details. But I will share enough for you to address the two forms of members of the audience, the really players like Clement, Mr. Clement, and the buyers of the product that they make. So I hope they are all here. So next, okay? Next. My name is Baale, not B.A., Baale. Just to emphasize the fact that my father has multiple wives. And the main fact that I've kept the same wife. A girl I met on October 26, 1980, got married to her. About 5 years later, I thought I was too short to, because I proposed to her the day I met her, and she felt I was too short. It was some years after I got married to her that I just noticed she was in front of the mirror and I was behind her, and I realized I was actually taller than her. No, didn't even allow me to measure her height. She was over ambitious. She wanted to marry a 6-footer. I don't know. Women are usually too ambitious. Don't tell her. All right. There are types of property management. Some is residential, commercial, industrial, and special purpose. You must recognize the fact that this is not the full range of property management. Golf is a property, it's a real estate. And there are people who just buy land, particularly in locations outside Nigeria. Leke has its own master plan. And for some who knew the master plan of Leke, bidded for some locations to be able to build some things there. We are building one of the biggest diagnostic centers in West Africa, somewhere in Leke now. And when it was allocated to us, based on master plan, there was not supposed to be any residents around it. That diagnostic center now is more like an isolated diagnostic center. I mean, it's supposed to be like a hub of healthcare. So we have to therefore amend the original plan. Rather than just a diagnostic center, we are changing the totality of the center itself to a hub. So for somebody who has foresight in real estate, you could buy land in such places and hold the land for some time. And then there will be appreciation. So people are in a hurry who wants to make money the way Yahoo boys make money. Or want to make money the way I went to secondary school, so there are times I'll be borrowing grammar from you. The people who don't what do they call them? Not you people. The way they make money, Abby. And please remember, I'm conservative. I don't know this modern thing they said. I mean, the one I used to do those days was you put one shilling to one machine like this, you roll it, and then £1 will come out. 20 shillings will come out from 1 shilling. You need to roll it like this. So it's important if you don't want to, and you just want to have a steady growth. And for somebody like me who has a tendency to spend everything I have in my hand, real estate is about the best thing for me. And even there's nothing I've done with real estate, the fact that I've been able to educate my kids and wife for an cumulative year of 20 years, just reveals that real estate has some good side. If I'm in Nigeria, people always tell me, oh, what I bought today, so look at the value today, and see. And then there's evaluation. I say, okay, if you have that money in your account, you're likely to have spent it. So it still makes sense to put the money in real estate and let it appreciate. And it did in Nigeria because the rate of appreciation of the value of your house is faster than 4%, faster than 6%. It's far higher. It could be as high as 10%. For some, it could be as high as 15%. There are cases where you buy a house and within 2 years, it has appreciated more than 20% by the time they finish building it. So what this means is that we have an opportunity do. Next, what are the real estate growth drivers? Number one is, what do you have there? Next. Number 3, 4, 5, 6, and number 7. So affordability. You don't start to buy a house of what $1 million. You start first with 100,000, 150,000 pounds, things like that. And so you start from a lower level, and then you start to grow it. So don't wait till the time you have all the money. Don't start with a 1 billion house. Don't say because everybody has a house in Ikoyi, Banana Island, you want to start your first mortgage there. No. You can start in Iju, in Ogba, Iba, Badagry. I remember we bought a house in 1987 in Agbara. I knew the house for the first time, less than 6 years ago. And so, by the time I saw the house, it was due for rebuilding. But we learned a lot of things. We were able to make money out of that investment. We were able to feel comfortable. And let's say we both lose our jobs. We have a place, we can tell the tenant there to at least leave. And then we start to live there. So you have to start somewhere and then build on it gradually. Next. So in US, these are the factors, and those factors are similar. What are the growth strategies? One is to use a viral link. You have to check his social media, digital. And as you check, you share with other people, so automatically more people get to know what Lifepage does. And there are many players in the real estate business. There are those who build, there are those who sell. And for somebody like me, it will interest you that you will actually get finder's fee, even if we are not a real estate professional. I'm sharing the truth. So when people tell me that they don't have any job, I normally say there are a lot of things you could do. You could go to real estate. People like this say, what are the assets you have? You take a record of it on your video, you put it on WhatsApp or TikTok, no matter how small it is, and people start to show interest. And when eventually, in real estate, out of every 100 people you call on, you'll be able to win only about 5, because it's a huge investment. But even 5, you win 5 for something you did not invest money on, and you are giving finder's fee, no matter how low that percentage is. It's not the percentage you take to the bank, it's the real money. Because 1% of $1 billion is superior to 100% of 5 naira. Mm-hmm. So we can use viral loops, in-person outreach, market penetration, market development, product development, particularly for them. You can look at what differentiates you, your ZAD, the word of mouth, the milestone referrals, that this is 10 years now. And so to refer to some of the things they've done. So some of the people, the real estate people, what I have found out is that people have a tendency to stay with a real estate firm that has given you quality thing. So Oladipupo is not the first. I mean, we have in the school, we have had about 1853 students who have passed through me, at least either they are in school or they have graduated. About 900 of them have graduated so far. Oladipupo happens to be one of them. He's not the first real estate person, but this is the first time I'm standing on the platform of a student or a graduate of the school to talk and to support that particular student. And it was extremely difficult for me because I didn't want to break that jinx. I just wanted to stay neutral. But when you see somebody who is genuinely committed to doing things honestly, because it's not, you're not the only real estate person, there are many real estate people. So if you want to do a real estate business and you want to put money to it, then you do a background check. And so when there's credibility, when you are not washing money, how do you know what I mean? You prefer for then you should go to authentic real estate people And that's why, so next, so what are the internal methodology to grow for the real estate people? One is expansion or what they do. And I think, Madam Hassan, am I correct? Okay, sorry, what's your name? Senami. I'm very sorry. I apologize. You know, I have a very small brain, so I don't normally remember all the things. So expansion, modernization, and she has shared some of the ways you could spread and move. Then diversification. And she spoke about some of the things you could put in real estate that generates money again. We have homes outside, and the club for a particular estate that we have in US, that club is managed by the real estate owner. And everybody who's a member of the estate, who has a property in the estate, is also a member of the club. It's automatic. And then it is not, what do you call it? It's not obligatory. You have signed it as an agreement, you are a member of the club. Either you use it or you don't use it, doesn't matter. So you can imagine me paying subscription similar to what I pay in the Ikoyi club on a yearly basis. And yet I'm not available to enjoy the club, but I pay. And that's part of the income that real estate people can do so. We need to therefore plan for expansion. Either we concentrate on specialized, high profile, like you see some of the people do, or we integrate, or we diversify into related things that creates synergy, or we cooperate with other players in that industry, or we internationalize. There's nothing wrong with Lifepage, recognizing the fact that the young generation that we have now are very mobile. A large number of them are beginning to feel like moving to Canada, moving to UK. Am I correct? And for that reason, having a joint businesses and strategy with people outside the country to arrange for real estate for them. Considering the fact that I can take a loan for First Bank in London, and my interest rate on my mortgage there is based on the prevailing interest rate in the UK. Yes, please. So, and therefore I can have a house, which I'm paying for with rent in UK. And when the application in that house reaches a particular level, I use the house as basis for me to want to migrate. You got it? That's why I said, I'm going to sow seed. I cannot say many things. Am I communicating? Now, UK changes their immigration law. So you sell that property, you take out and buy a house in Malta. Less than half of the value of your house, which you have had for this number of years, for 12 years, for 15 years. Good. You take a second passport. And so you become an international person yourself. So real estate has gone international to make sure that you also become international. Am I communicating? You can remember my first child was, but I started investment in 1985. But I knew that when my son is about 16 years old, he'll be in an A-levels. My communication. And so you have to start. Of course, I lived life that was extremely prudent. I had years I never bought anything for myself except stocks. In 1993 January, I went to a barter shop there, and I bought shoe and socks and left the whole shoes there. Why? Because I needed to buy something for myself. I did for everybody, my extended family, my children, everybody, but I never remembered myself. And my wife was so happy that at least you bought something for yourself inside your salary for the previous year. So it requires discipline. For anybody who says wealth creation is such a simple thing, I would say no. Or unless you are using computer methodology, you know what I mean. You are using. Next. For average investor buying real estate indirectly through real estate exchange trade funds or other managed funds is less risky and more lucrative than buying real estate directly. For real estate directly, for example, you require identification. I remember my first mortgage in UK. They asked me, where do you work? My father was on the 6th floor here. MTN was in Churchgate here as well. And as they were asking me questions, I was answering. Then the guy said, would you like to take tea? I said, no, I would like coffee. You know, I work for an American company. Tea and coffee are called coffee. But the British call tea and coffee tea. And if you take tea, you are conservative. Coffee is the main thing for my own generation who are American-oriented those days. So I said, I like coffee. And I didn't feel that they would have coffee. And I said, I don't want Nescafe. It's a coffee for the poor. And the guy looked at me like this. He said, so what do you want? I said, brewed coffee. I didn't believe they would get brewed coffee. For those of you, how many of you takes brewed coffee? You know, there's no coffee like brewed coffee. The taste is unique. So, and that's why if you come to my office, you find my brewer. That's one thing. Outside computer, there must be a brewer in my office. So the guy took me to where I could get brewed coffee in the bank, Barclays Bank. While I was brewing my coffee, in filling my forms, he was asking me a question. I was filling the form online. Unlike what Nigerians people ask you to do, they send form to you and they ask you to fill. When you send form to me to fill, why would I have time to fill a form? You are supposed to sit in front of me while I'm having my coffee and doing some other thing and be asking me questions that I'll be filling. Then you take a copy of my ID card and fill my full name. That's the way it is. I tell people who are bankers, I can't open an account where you ask me to fill form. You fill the form, I sign. That's the way to do marketing. I was raised a salesman. A salesman must be hungry for success. If I meet a salesperson who is not hungry, I know. When you are hungry, you fill the form. So I asked him to fill the form. If he's hungry for me to take mortgage in the bank, so he filled it. And he has guided me well to say, okay, don't take for Barclays because the interest rate is this. Barclays is just closing the deal with Woolwich. Woolwich rates are lower. So I will sign you on Woolwich. And to be honest with you, I went there to go and brew my coffee and take my coffee. And they have very nice biscuits, not the kind of evening biscuit in Nigeria. I'm talking of rich biscuit. If I've ever been to Netherlands, they are Netherlands people have specialized biscuit. This very soft one. So I saw those type of things and then I started to take the coffee. By the time I got back to his office, I didn't know. He just told me that everything should be okay. I should come back next week to sign more papers that he thinks it will stay true. I got to. I made a call to Nigeria to see. They asked me where I work. I said I work in Nigeria. In case they call you. They told me they have called. I said when? As at the time I was taking coffee, they were making calls. So credibility, Leke Alder spoke about credibility. Credibility matters. But they asked me, are you resident? I'm not resident. If I'm not resident, this department, they say, no problem. What are the other things? And they asked, where do you work? This is where I work. They cross-check with Nigeria. They cross-check with New York office to be sure I truly work for Pfizer. Barclays at that material time, shares in Pfizer was 70% of Pfizer shares in the world. So I had the brand in my favor. I hope you understand it now. So next. Oh no, just leave it. Next. So what are the takeaways? If there's nothing you will remember today, remember that as real estate players, producer of the service or the product, remember that demographics provide information on age, income, and regional preferences of actual potential buyers. Every time people tell me there's no money in Nigeria, there's money. Real. See, 70% of Nigerians are living below $2 per day. That's correct. 70% are living above $2 per day. That's what it means. Am I correct? But there's a percentage, about 10 to 50% of Nigerian population who are living on a number of dollars per day that is superior to what an average European has. That the top 5% Nigerians, the kind of money they have is superior to what the 10%, average 10% Americans have. So you can't just look at what you saw in Makoko as basis to now determine this is what Nigerians are. There are Nigerians who are billionaires who are never mentioned in Forbes. Billionaires in dollars, dating back to 20-something years. So, and it's therefore, we need to therefore look at Nigeria, rather than look at 200 million Nigerians as poor. That 5% of Nigeria that can afford high-profile mortgage. They're just 10 million. That's 5% of total million. But 10 million is bigger than the population of Switzerland. If we use 15%, that is above average, it means that's 30 million. That's almost half of the population of UK. That's about 5 times the population of Switzerland. That's twice the population of Belgium. That's why the Oyibo man comes to Nigeria and never desire to leave. Even when they finish their term of 5, 6, 7 years as an MD, they resign from that company and stay in Nigeria. And because they see other business opportunities. So Nigerians are rich based on demography. So preference of factor potential buyer, percentage of buyers of retirees, percentage that might buy a vacation or second home. Interest, and remember, people don't write number of mortgage you have in your head. So there are people who wear slippers. They don't wear shoes like me. But but they are worth billions. It is when you go in there. So next, interest rate impact the price on demand. No, sorry, not next. Back. Interest rate. So when you buy into real estate, it overcomes the problem of interest rate, particularly when you are not paying the full money at once. Let's say you pay the full money at once. It means your return is immediate. It's still better than if you have kept your money in the bank. Secondly, if you pay a little bit out of it, then you are owing something that is a real asset. And what it means that over a period of years, it will pay for itself. And so you need to buy in a location where you can easily get rent. Real estate prices often follow the cycle of the economy. Investors can therefore mitigate this risk by buying into investment funds, diversified holdings that are either not tied to economic cycle that can withstand downturns. Government policy also has a way of affecting growth in real estate. Move on. Next. So COVID-19 has created real impact, causing more foreclosures, evictions, increased need for government relief for landlords. Some of the tenants could not stay in the houses again. They left. And so if your rent is what you used to pay your money, you have to pay your money. For someone like me in Nigeria, if anybody leaves any of the properties in UK or US, I have to convert. That's a lot of energy, that's a lot of effort. So that has to be taken into consideration. So don't go into too many mortgages. Do within the limit of your income. That means if all your assets are not occupied and you need to pay your mortgage, you have the means of paying for it. So next. More people will therefore continually move to residential single family or bachelors. There are two kinds of bachelors. They are bachelors due to the fact that they are bachelors. These are professional bachelors who have never been married. Then there are bachelors maybe when you are building a house, you build an 8-bedroom house, including your children. Now you've realized that your children are not living here and they are not interested in coming back. Where there are houses that are almost like 12 rooms and only one person or does the father and the mother, a couple, they are living there. And it is so unfortunate because that's a waste of resources. Such people require a 1-room or 2-room condominium where they can relate to other people, because in the current house they cannot relate to anybody. And so they will have a common swimming pool, common lawn tennis, common table tennis, common generator, 24-hour light. How can someone? And there are stages in life where you move away from those big houses to smaller houses. And those opportunities are emerging now. So that's why you see some of the old houses, they are being removed. So due to pandemic, renters all across the country, they move from apartments in urban areas to larger properties in residential suburbs. That's clear. Not everybody will be able to live in Banana Island. So we've got to create our own Banana Island. I hope you know what I mean. So some of us who can therefore not live in Banana Island because we don't have money to have yacht and to be able to swim in case of flood, we decided to build our own Banana Island in Oladipupo. How can something now? And so Oladipupo has transformed from what it used to be when I went there in 1999 to a totally different place. Houses left, right, and center are being rebuilt. And so, next, real estate market goes through many is dependent on several factors, interest rate. So regardless of how the market behaves currently, novices and pros can apply many strategies to propel the business forward. Move. Let's move faster. Next slide. So a little deeper into the real estate business. Andrew Carnegie once stated that 90% of millionaires build their wealth in real estate industry. And that's why I'm talking to people who are interested in gradual growth of wealth. If you want an overnight wealth, so real estate may not be it. But gradual growth of wealth, assured growth. And the reason is this: if you buy a property today and you do not do anything to it, and you not even collect rent on it, in 5 years' time, the value of that property will be better off. So, basically, next. So, lead generation for real estate investors can be done by working closely with real estate agents, brokers, attend network meetings like this, use social media, develop direct mail campaign, increasing web traffic or target investors. That was why DMC was asking us to go to the YouTube channel. We'll see more on the strategies. Next. So, we must concentrate on one market. Before venturing to new market, we must first of all ask, is this a buyer's or seller's market? Is this a renter's market? Is it another where people rent, buy homes? You use the answer to the question. For example, I've shown interest in property rentage. I've shown interest in commercial property. I've shown interest like a cooperative with other people to invest in different things, in land. And if you are lucky, and Walmart decide to come and buy land around where you've already bought the land, they are already creating a new community. The value of the land appreciates. It's like lottery. Move. Next, sorry. Good. In real estate, you should keep up with the market. You must keep on tracking real estate market. You must keep on listening to your clients. You subscribe to industry publications. You track global news. You observe highly volatile markets. You push strength into your real estate. According to NBC News, which is in US, home sales swelled 21% in US in 2020 due to COVID. How? Because as more people are moving from the city into the suburb, the rates that were lower in the suburb started to grow. Meanwhile, some people are making more money due to COVID. They were moving to urban. Am I communicating now? Like I have some properties that were vacated by the blacks. I'm talking about the African Americans. And they were occupied by the whites, but they can afford it. It was cheap for them. The rent rate was cheap, whereby the other people could not stay there because it was too much. Next. So number one is to identify target market. We've spoken about that. You have to identify your target audience. The target audience that I'm saying is you have to look at the demography. You have to look at the income classes. 1% of the grand population is in A class. 1%. 1% of 200 million is what? 2 million. There are 2 million Nigerians who are multi-millionaires in dollars or pounds. Am I communicating? Good. This category of people, luxury matters to them. They do not just want to have, they want to luxurious real estate. Not just for purpose of living there, but also for purpose of investment. They are not the kind of people who will want to build a house or buy a house that you have built, like real estate agent has built, and real estate realtor has built in Iju. I hope you know what I'm talking about. So they want a specific area, and there are about 2 million of them. The next is 4%, which is the B socioeconomic group. The B class, the 4% of 200 million is about 8 million. That's a large number. They're scattered all over Nigeria, but they are much more present in urban centers. In Lagos, Port Harcourt, Abuja. I hope I'm communicating. Yes. Now, if you get these people right, and you're able to target them well, about 8 million Nigerians can afford a middle class to a semi-upper class kind of houses. So the first 5% are what we refer to as the upper class. The 1% is the upper. The 4% is the lower upper. The 5% combined is the upper class. 5% of 200 million is huge at 10 million. The second class, the second level is the upper middle class, which account for 10% of the population. And that is 10% of 200 million. That's 20 million. And remember that the likes of my mom and dad, when they were alive, about 3 years ago, both of them were alive 3 years ago, they would logically be classified as poor. Am I correct? Because they don't have a means of livelihood. They don't have retirement benefit or things like that. They were just traders, private business owners, or things like that. They didn't work formally for any organization, no pension, nothing. But my mom used to carry as much as 15,000 naira airtime. My dad carries about 100,000 naira airtime, which I credit to them to call any of their children, grandchildren, anywhere in the world at any time. So in the real sense, you may think they don't have money, but their children will be able to buy for them a 2-bedroom, a 3-bedroom. Am I communicating? So the semi-urban locations also have its own market for these old people. And the children outside the country wants to buy houses for their parents. Because when they send money to their uncles and brothers, they chop the money. When they send money to their parents, the parents chop the money. So they want to come around, buy a house in a place like Ibafo. I hope you know what I'm talking of. They want to buy a house in a place like Ibafo, things like that, where they will live. And where when they themselves come around, they can just stay for a day or two before they continue their journey. So it's crucial that you take note of it. Move on. Move on. Budget for marketing expenses. If you are a real estate builder. Next. Create a website and use social media. Next. Encourage referrals and word of mouth, like we are doing today as we celebrate 10 years. Move on. So, no, move on. Don't worry. Respond quickly. When people ask you for questions, why did I take a mortgage with Halifax? I shared this story in class. My first account in US was with Halifax. Halifax was a bank purely for mortgage, originally. And then my son needed to go to school. I needed to pay fees. I felt that I would pay the fees term by term. But I was told if I pay at once, I will enjoy a huge discount. That discount I calculated in pounds was very much. At that time, the exchange rate was 100 naira to $1. That was good. See, I will be able to enjoy close to 3,000 pounds discount. I better pay at once. So I needed money. I went to all the banks in Nigeria. They were asking for the head of my father and the legs of my mom. So I called Halifax. Halifax says, you have an account with us, but you have not bought any property. If I bought a property, we'll have lent you money against those property. I called Barclays. Barclays says, you have been running an account with us. You never ask for an overdraft. We can't borrow you money. The best we can offer you is an overdraft. So you can give me overdraft. Nigeria is not even willing to give me overdraft unless I give collateral. How much can you give me? I say, we can give you 5,000. I said, what do I need to do? Say nothing. If you agree, as I'm talking to you on phone, I was in Church Gate building here, 6th floor, talking on phone. You see, 5 minutes time, check. It will have been credited to your account. I look at it. I felt maybe this must be 419. So I waited till about 8 minutes. I checked my account. And lo, the money was there. I added it to the money I had. I paid off my kid's money. They sent confirmatory admission to him. We took it to the embassy. It was as if I was still dreaming till today. So Halifax offered me 4% of my mortgage. Barclays offered me 5%. 1% is a big percentage. But because they were nice to me originally, I choose to stay with them. And all the mortgages I've signed with Barclays. Why did I do so in UK? Because Barclays was there for me when I needed it. I'm sure there are people in the bank here. The way banking is done in Nigeria, Nigerian bankers are suffering from arrogance. They think because you don't drive a Rolls Royce, you don't have money. You have made the biggest mistake. The biggest mistake. Because it's not everybody who has £1, who writes it in front of his head that I have £1 in my account. The people in real estate understand there are people who do not even wear slippers in their homes, but they have multiple houses signed for them. The bankers are missing. The bank in Nigeria are missing big. And that's why real estate developers must look for alternate source of money rather than the typical bank money. Am I clear? Next. Thank you. Publish real estate newsletter. Let the real estate developer have a newsletter that can be published and people. Before I forget, ensure that you make use of digital, both physical presence, you bring people to the location to see live, and also use digital methodology. Ensure that you have a presence online that enables people to be able to see the digital version of the house that you are trying to build. So somebody like me may not be willing to go all the way to Awoyaya to go and look at a house. It takes me 4 hours from Ikeja GRA to get to Leke 3 weeks ago when I went to Leke. 4 hours. Of course, I love the environment I met in Leke, real estate, good place, everything. But to imagine that I have to travel 4 hours to be able to get there, so it cannot be a place I believe in. When I retire from retirement, that means I've retired the second time. I can live there. That's the second retirement. You don't want anybody to see you, so you stay there. And then you don't need to come to town. And anybody coming to greet you, we know that it's a full day journey. 4 hours go, 4 hours come. Now, in such cases, so you can look at, but definitely when you have provided a digital format, so you must blend both physical and digital. Real estate developer must not rely on physical presence alone. So I have a cousin who's into real estate in terms of reselling when it is developed. So he created a website. On that website, he put the video and everything, and that's the best way. Can you sell real estate to combine? Thanks. Next. Despite questions on the need for a real estate agent, ensure the issue of disintermediation. Some people will say, I want to deal directly with you, and the rest of them. Move on. Plan for success. There must be a business plan. I recognize a friend who never developed a business plan for any of the statistics companies that is running in Nigeria. But there are very few of them who will be genius, who can think through in the head and just make things happen. I am a sequential, logical person who believe that a plan is a one-page plan. So you must have a plan. What do you want to do? So when he was talking, he said, when we first set up as a company, we are not sure what we are going to do until somebody offered us about 11 acres of land. And with planning, when there's a thorough planning and an opportunity presents itself, you will be able to exploit it almost immediately. When I worked for 25 years with Pfizer, and Pfizer paid me very well, I was in charge of about 32 countries in Africa before I left as a regional director. And my wife said, what will you be doing when you retire? I said, I want to teach. My wife looked at me and said, you need deliverance. So you are living a paid job like this. But people do not understand that there's a lot of money in teaching. You can't earn big money teaching in school. But teaching in school opens you up to gamut of opportunities. So I registered a consulting firm and I'm teaching in school. I love to teach, so I teach in the school. The consulting firm is involved in strategic consulting. So the consulting firm gets case studies that mentally I can discuss without mentioning names of. Are you clear? But the school provides me with the knowledge that I require to become a better strategic consultant. And so it's a synergy. And because I have a plan laid out, because she was afraid, I connected a friend of mine. The same day my wife left this country, the same day my son left the country. And I say, I would like you to pick them up at the airport. You say, sorry? When I get there, I will pick up your son, who is resuming for A-level, but not your wife. Your wife is going to City University in London. You don't know what the fees are. Have you thought about this? That you Nigerians, you are too optimistic. You want to send your son and your wife to school the same year. I want to let you know, I have enough wahala on my leg. I can't come in to help you when it does happen. Don't worry. Because they don't believe that Nigerians have money enough to be able to pay fees of its son and pay the fees of the wife, that is the higher fee in City University, London. But I did both for 2 years simultaneously before my daughter joined in the 3rd year. And then my wife has left, has finished at this time. And my daughter and my son were together in school for years together again. So, please move on. To a large extent, find a way to be able to create a plan. Develop brand awareness, move on. I'm sure this is going to be available in this website. Move on. Fine. Therefore, the growth strategy for those who are strategists and planners like me, that you have either develop strategy on basis of competitive strategy. Competition is building this kind of house. I want to build this kind of house. I want to build it at a lower cost. So selling price will be the basis for me to sell. So it's based on cost leadership. No, I would like to sell to a particular upper middle class people. That will be your market segment. You may choose to look at focus, the uppermost segment where the cream de la cream wants, like the Banana Island type of properties. So it can be on the basis of competition. It can be on the basis of what direction. Either you want to penetrate a market segment of students and people who are fresh graduates, young people in the banking sector, or you want to diversify. You may choose to look at development strategy, just like you see with acquisition, joint effort, internal, whereby you join hands with other people through a co-opetition. That is, you join hands with your competitors to achieve a common objective. Co-opetition, move on. So I've given more details here about it. Please move on. It's the same thing. I've covered it. So what are the takeaways? As entrepreneurs, I want to talk to entrepreneurs, those of us who are investors in real estate. We are not the one putting down the money for real estate developers. We are the ones who buy the houses, the products that they have. So it's true appreciation. For example, what I earn on rents, I pay property tax outside the country and also pay property tax here, but the property tax in Nigeria is lower, no doubt about it. So what I earn through rent is what I use to pay for the mortgage. So it means the real money I need from the beginning is just the deposit. Am I correct? Good. Now, you should not touch the balance, you should not touch the rent as well, because there will be some incremental over the rent. And at times we need to add more money to pay property tax outside the country. But when you look at the capital appreciation and you see a property that appreciates for 5 to 7% in real dollar terms or pound sterling terms, it's a very solid thing. So a property that was bought 10 years ago that is growing in a good location at about 7%, it takes just over 7 years to double its value. It means we buy at 100K, it becomes 200K. It means 100K is available to you. In addition to the fact that you have lowered your loan significantly in the last 10 years. So you see also have another money associated with your contribution. 2, it's important for us to understand location. So I would rather put my money in a location that I know is appreciating fast than to put my money in a location that is not appreciating fast, but is a big money. What that means is that Banana Island may not even be the best location. I'm not talking of where to live. It's a good place to live. But I'm talking of a good place for capital appreciation. It might be a suburb that is actually appreciating fast because of something that is happening there. Let me start an example. In Southeast London, 20 years ago, it was known that there was going to be an Olympic in Southeast London over 20 years ago. And that if you therefore buy property in Southeast London and there was going to be an extension of the underground further. It means those people will be able to get closer. I'm going to close here. It's my second one, don't worry. Thank you. So what we did was we bidded and then invested ahead. So location became an advantage for us. Inflation is important. We can also make money from rents for both residential and commercial. Real estate investment of various funds that are set up by developers or by financial institutions, you can use. And so you can go work with your fund managers and look for funds that you can invest on. So that even though you are not a major, you are not a direct player, you are an indirect player, but you also make money from real estate. That means if you invest in funds on real estate managed by fund managers that is investing in real estate, you also make money out of that. Next. So how money is made, I've mentioned through acquisition income, location, development, move on. Property value appreciate, development of land. Those are the ways to make money as entrepreneurs. Next, royalties. Let's say you have a land and they are doing something on that land. Maybe they got a mineral, they got wood, they got some things, you can be getting royalty from it. Next, location. Your location is the biggest factor in acquisition. If you are close to a commercial center, you are close to ShopRite, you are close to a good shopping center, you are close to schools, train station, things like that. Move on. Home improvement. You can decide to put extra bathroom, eating in a garage, remodeling a kitchen with state of the art. So that the guy who visited it and wanted to pay $1,500, he refuses again after you have remodeled, is willing to pay $2,000, something like that. So you can actually make money from your existing mortgage through remodeling. Move on. Commercial property also gain value based on location, development, and improvement. And commercial property just happens to be things that requires cooperative at times. But at times you cannot be the only person who will build an entire shopping mall. And so you have to join other people. Move on. Inflation is part of it. And so because there's an appreciation, you are able to overcome the rate of inflation. Move on. Move on. Next. I've spoken about income. Move on. Raw land income. Raw land income means you buy land and hold it for some time, which is also real estate. You don't have to have property on top of it. But please, when you have raw land, there are a number of my friends, I have a friend outside the country who bought raw land somewhere between Shagamu and Abeokuta. And the estate agent promised him big deal. Anyway, by the time he retired and he came back, he used to work for himself. He came back to Nigeria and went to look for his house and his everything. There was nothing on ground. And the return is money to him. The return is money that he paid when it was like face amount of money in Naira back to him today. Two, they removed, according to mutual agreement, which was in the signed agreement, they removed, I think, about 20 or 25% of the value. And he was just happy that this he got something back. And they couldn't pay all the money back. So they said, okay, we'll give full land. And the value of this land is worth, let's say, 100K. But the reality, the value of the land may not be worth more than 40. So, to me, when you want to do raw land, move on. I've spoken about income generally. I've spoken to part to profit, buy and hold. So it's possible for you to buy at time and resell, because we know that is going to make appreciate. Move on. Flipping is lucrative. So you can also use your property for Airbnb or vacation rentals. As a matter of fact, I've never lived in any of the houses I have outside the country. I've never slept a night in any of them, either in UK or US, because it is cheaper for me to stay in bread and breakfast and then take the money you make from your house, or to even stay in a luxurious hotel or go on cruise. And then just visit the people Just say hello to the tenants and move on. I said, they don't know that it's just little black boy. He thought he's a white man, you know? Move on. Alternative real estate income will come through many other methodologies, like I told, using the fund methodology. Move on. Let me close, move on. I've spoken about this. Other ways is to use real estate option, which is like finder's fee, use of house of, I mean, you right to buy a house for a specialized period. You promise a real estate provider that I'm going to buy the house. So you say, I'm going to sell it to you at 100K. And you may pay after 6 months. Within those 6 months, you've agreed that the fee will not change. And then meanwhile, you look for other people who are going to buy. And once they buy, that difference in the figure that you agreed with the developer and the figure you got. And in some cases, you make money than the developer. So next. Move on. I've spoken about this story. No, that's a repetition. You're moving forward, though. Lease option. Lease, no. You can lease with an option to buy. Contract flipping is that instead of flipping, see this type of flipping involves the transfer of the rights of the purchase contract to another buyer. It's just like you hold it. So if I distress sellers and multiple buyers and bring them together, you will be able to make a profit this way, like a finder's fee. Move on. The bottom line that there are several provisions today for making money in real estate. Remember appreciation, inflation, income rank high on the list, but several alternative real estate investments also exist. Remember that your investment risk and whether the overall process is worth it or not is therefore up to you. Let's read the caveats together. It is advisable to do what? Before the reason that don't hold me responsible for advising you. I've taken the legal way out, and don't tell me that I told you to do this and it didn't work out. Every decision you take has its own risk. I've shared my own testimony of how it has been beneficial to me, and I've also told you that I've burned my finger in stock. And therefore, I've realized that this is actually a much more reassuring methodology for wealth creation. Next, I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity. It's nice for you to remove your focus away from this ugly face and look at that other one. Thank you.
Can we please put hands together for Professor Lere Baale? Did I get that right? All right. I remember buying stock in 2009. I can't keep stock of it. Oh, no, sure, no one. I would have bought stockfish at that time because I think it was stronger than. I was thinking I didn't want to eat my future, but I don't even know where the future of the stock is. Sincerely, it was the first time I was going to collect 120,000 to go and do comedy in Abuja. And they gave me my first check of 90,000. All my life, I've been taking 5,000. I could go anywhere for 5,000. If you won't give me 5,005, I can arrange the chair for you. So when they gave me 90,000 to do comedy and I should take flight, I said, for what? How will I take flight when I know Lagos to Ilorin and Ilorin to Abuja is not far? So my first time I ever took a flight, though I traveled, I remember traveling to the US when I was 7 to Atlanta, Georgia. I mean, in my dreams, once I sleep, I'm off. I don't know when that happens to you. Once you see, have you ever traveled like that in your dream? You wake up very tired. People say, if you don't revise, you will travel. Only you don't be going up and down. Some people are even so possessed that even in the dream, they used to arrest them. You need deliverance. Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Can we celebrate Professor Baale for breaking down those things? Like you said, you can decide, and I like the fact that he just put the caveat to say, you know what, that's his own story. Everyone has their story. Everyone has principles that they've used. And get ready. We'll be bringing up Dr. Olumide Emmanuel very shortly, ladies and gentlemen. Can we celebrate Dr. Olumide Emmanuel? It's been of great impact to us at the Lifepage group and a lot of stakeholders in the property industry and beyond. You know, you have to have common sense to work with Dr. Olumide. You have to have common sense. Get ready. You thought it's going to break some tables, let you know. So this is not a time for you to miss. You can't afford the wealth of experience that he has. Best-selling author. He doesn't. Well, Dr. Olumide, I don't know what I was doing in my life. I'm at 20. And all right, are you ready? Before I bring him up, we'd like to invite this one young man. He's responsible for sales at Lifepage Global. And as I invite His Excellency, Mr. Francis Ajiloro, can we celebrate him as he comes at this time? He has something to share with us. And after that, to get to introduce Dr. Olumide Emmanuel, we have a video introduction. And also, we are trending on. So if experience, you could kindly please put your pictures and you could use Lifepage at 10. And I think the most like will be going on brand new iPhone 13. And then you buy the phone by yourself.
Thank you very much, sir.
We've got it covered. It all starts.
Okay, I have a little to do here, and I'm going to be quick about it. Most of the things I would love to say, Prof already took care of that. I'm here to do a few things, like I said, and one of it is to give as much as 40 naira out. Did anybody hear that? Oh, I finally got your attention. So, a property, you already have the flyers. If you don't, I'm sure you'll get it in a moment. One of the very, very juicy offer that we have today is a property we call Orange Terraces in Bagada that sells for 100 million naira. The 2020 model of it sells for as much as 120 million naira. What we will be delivering is the 2023 model of it. However, today, as a company, we are giving 40 million naira out. And that, I mean, for anyone who keys into this offer today, just a unit. We have about 14 units in total that is being developed. A prime location in Bagada, where you could generate as much rental income as 4.5 million naira to as much as 6 million naira per annum. And if you're thinking of shortlets, using such kind of property for shortlets, you could generate as much as that even in a quarter. So we're giving an opportunity for someone to pick it up for just 60 million naira. You know, the only way some of us understand giving or receiving something is when it is exchanged physically. But what we have literally done, if you host an event and someone, or let's assume Lifepage is hosting this event and everything that is coming here, they say, take 40 million naira off, net of 40 million naira, that's a gift. You will have still seen the same value. So the truth is, there is no difference between the person there's no difference between the property delivered to someone who paid 150 million naira and you who paid 60 million naira. There's nothing that is going to separate it or differentiate it. So a wise and smart investor will key into that. And these opportunities are available not just to the on-site audience, but it's also available to our online audience. So this is the jackpot. Prof talked about winning a lottery. There's no better lottery than this holding at the 10th anniversary of Lifepage. This is to celebrate Lifepage for clocking 10. Please a round of applause for Lifepage. Another major, for some persons like, how long, no mortgage to key into this. Another major opportunity that we are presenting today is actually, you'll see it on the flyer, it's called Bridgestone Layout. Bridgestone Layout, you have about 3 or 4 locations. But the selling proposition in this is the fact that keep your money in the bank and it will lose value in a matter of time. As much it won't take so long a time to lose value. However, what do we give? What does every subscriber get in keying into Bridgestone Layout? Number one, you deposit 20% of the sum total and you have access to start developing that land. So if you don't get me too well, let's assume there's a 20-acre or 100 plots made available in Bridgestone Layout Mowe with a clean title C of O, and you deposit your 400,000 naira or 800,000 naira. The sum total is meant to be 4 million naira. The value you are meant to pay or what is going to cost you to buy that product is not going to change over the next 18 months. However, the value of that property will, I guarantee it, that it will have doubled before that 18 months. Why? In the next 18 months, if one of the requirements is that as soon as you make purchase, you make a deposit, you start initiating development on that project, it means that it's no longer the same way it used to be. If 100 people start putting fence, building structures, you can guarantee that in 6 months, it will command double of that value. So you don't need all the resources. As a matter of fact, if you have the 4 million naira to pay us, we tell you, no, use a fraction of it to commence work and you will get almost instant value. The good side to it is that it's also within a community that is known as Almond County, developed by Lifepage as well. And within that Lifepage County, we have Almond homes and apartments being built. The first phase of this project is about 200 housing units. So for developers, for realtors there who want to collaborate, we welcome you all. But for that singular investor who is buying just a plot and who feels they're just buying a plot, aside from the 100 subscribers or 100 possible subscribers who will be developing simultaneously, Lifepage is also developing 200 plots. That also has direct impact on that property. You could make arrangement for site inspections. There are phone numbers there. I'll digress a bit to the Orange Terraces. Should you be interested in keying into that offer, number will be displaying on the screen and you can take advantage of it. Lastly, I want to talk about, I know Prof talked about Leke and how long it took him to get there, but he also mentioned the prospect and the possibilities. In the real estate space, no place is actually far. It's only a function of where you are coming from. So distance is a relative subject. So if for someone who is working in Dangote refinery, that's just a stone throw, and that could be your target audience. So it's just a function of you positioning yourself in these locations, and you could get maximum reward for it. So we have about 5 units of 3-bedroom that's again selling for, sorry, I want to be very sure of the juicy offer as well. So for the 2-bedroom, as against buying for 37 million naira, we have 5 units of such that we are giving out as part of our anniversary celebration for 13 million naira, and you have opportunity to spread it over 18 months. For anyone who has seen our project, Orange Apartment in Ogba, it started like a child's play. Some persons bought it for 23 million naira in 2020. Today, the last set of people who bought the same 2-bedroom bought it for 40 million naira. As a matter of fact, it was contention over numbers of people who missed out of the opportunity. So it was all a situation of fastest finger first. So sometimes you are buying not because you really want to live in there, not because you want to use it for Airbnb, but to, to flip it. You buy at the very low, like Senami said, when it's deep, you buy 4 or 5 units, you sell 3 at the prime, you keep 2 to yourself, and you're doing good. So there are quite a number of strategic ways to go about this real estate thing and make maximum profit from it. You can contact us on any of the numbers, and we'll be, on ground to assist you through this. So for the 3-bedroom in Leke, we call it the Acacia Homes and Apartments. So as against buying for 47 million naira, we're giving opportunity for people to buy at 35 million naira. Just contact any of the numbers on the screen. I expect that to be displayed by. Not to bore you with too much of this. All your questions can keep coming, and it will be good to attend to them. Thank you. Just before I step down, I count the great privilege to invite Dr. Olumide Emmanuel. Thank you, sir. So can we have the multimedia? Thank you, sir. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for honoring us in this 10th anniversary. I'm part of Lifepage, so it is our anniversary. So thank you for honoring us and being a part of this. And I want to thank all the speakers that have spoken. It's just been amazing. Sitting down there, I'm like, wow, this is loaded. And I hope that we'll take advantage of all the opportunities that are available. So thank you, Prof. Thank you, Amusu. Thank you, everyone. So I want to talk to us because our time is fast spent. And so I'm just going to go step by step. My focus will be to talk to you about wealth creation, wealth opportunities for investors in the Nigerian real estate sector. So my focus will be just to share with you investment opportunities that you can explore. And we've heard so much. Prof just went into some dimensions today that was just amazing. I hope that this stuff are available for people to be able to listen to it again on you, because it's just amazing. It's just amazing. Well, as someone that has played heavily in the real estate sector on a global scale in the last over 2 decades now, there are a lot of things I've identified that you can explore as an investor. Well, it's no longer news. We've heard so many people say stuff today. It's no longer news that real estate, like I've said over and over again, is one of the most powerful vehicle of wealth creation. It's not just a very powerful vehicle of wealth creation, but it's also a powerful vehicle of wealth retention. So you find out that all the wealthy people on earth, they do not just create wealth through real estate, but most of their wealth is retained through real estate. So when people's wealth is being calculated, you want to talk about the asset base that they have, and most of what people have, over 80% of that is in real estate. And that's because real estate is very, very powerful. And then over the decades, real estate has also been able to prove itself as the only investment vehicle that has been able to deal with the twin evil that a lot of people face, and that's the evil of inflation and devaluation. So you find that a lot of times you have a particular investment, and as a result of inflation, your investment is wiped out, or the value of your investment is reduced. And then we also have the issue of devaluation because of the area we live in and because of our own currency. Now, we also know, which I believe we must have heard few things about that already, that when it comes to playing in the real estate sector, you're either playing as a regulator, you're playing as a realtor, you're playing as a developer, or you're playing as an investor. So you need to identify which area you want to play in. But my own focus will be to talk to those that want to invest and just give you a few things that will help you when it comes to that. And then when it comes to investing as consultants, so there are major questions that we also ask people when they want to invest. And the first question, so there are 4 major questions we ask people when it comes to investing in real estate. Question 1 will be, what is your investment goal? Why do you want to invest in real estate? Do you just want to invest in real estate so that you can have a real estate property? Do you want to invest in real estate so that you can have a place to live in? Do you want to invest in real estate for cash flow so that you can have a regular cash flow? Do you want to invest in real estate to plan for your retirement or for your children's education, like we heard from Prof? So you need to identify what your investment goal is, because once you're able to identify what your investment So you'll be able to identify opportunity you are going to be able to explore as a result of your investment goal. The second thing we normally ask people, which you also need to get an answer to, is what is your risk appetite? What is your risk appetite? How much risk are you willing to take? Because there are, sometimes people talk about risk-free investment. There's actually nothing called a risk-free investment. Every investment has a risk, whether you have identified the risk or not. And the word investment is actually a two-edged sword. So investment is risk and return. So for every investment, there is a risk factor and there's a return factor. And sometimes they tell you the greater the risk, the greater the return. Maybe not necessarily so, but you have to identify what your risk appetite is. Because when someone is in their early 20s, like you heard Prof, many of us started young, so we've had to make so many mistakes. But over a process of time, we've gotten it right and been able to build wealth. But it's because we started early. So you need to be able to know that when you are in your early 20s, there are some level of risk you can afford to take. Do you understand that? Because if you start at 21, you invest money, you lose it at 24, and you start all over again at 27 after crying for 3 years, and then you lose it again at 30, maybe you cry for another 3 years, at 34 you start again, you lose it again. So you lose and lose. It's right at 42, after 5 attempts. One breakthrough is enough. Once you get it right, bam, you are good to go. But if you are in your 50s, there are things I could do 30 years ago. There are things I could do 20 years ago. I can't try it now. Why? I'm now in my 50s. There are some risks I don't take anymore. So when people are coming up, come and be a part of that. I'm not against what you are a part of, but we are not on the same level. So when people are talking of some of this volatile, want to do forex, want to do crypto, no problem. Forex on, crypto on. I'm not interested. Real estate, I found out that this is what works. It has never failed me. Yeah, so why would I be to let me not exchange the winning formula? So you try. By the time you learn, I have learned. Today it is crypto. In our own days it was something else. So no problem. So you need to identify what your risk appetite is. Because when people are doing things in their 20s and you are in your 50s and you are joining them to do that, because for you, one crash can mean the crash of your health and the crash of your destiny and the crash of your life. Because you spend 30 years to go to work, and after they give you your retirement benefits, you now collect the labor of 35 years. You now put it into one volatility and it crash. Then high blood pressure, hypertension, stroke, and grave. The protected land, that nothing will change on it until the government tries to release it. By population, they can now release a portion and say, okay, you can build on this now. So it was those land that we bought in 2001. Where are we now? How many years later? It has not increased by £10. UK. It has not increased. The amount we bought it, we have been paying grand tax or whatever since 2001. That land has not appreciated by £10. So, because it is government restricted land, they may not release it for the next 10, 20, 30 years. We didn't know that then. But guess what? If they release that land now, The land of £5,000 can be going for 200,000 within 2 days if they release it now. So it may look stupid, but if I knew better, I would not have done it. Same thing that many people are doing in Nigeria. I see a lot of all these land bank loops. I can tell you authoritatively, many of these guys you see making noise all over, I either trained them directly or indirectly. Some of them didn't graduate. They decided to take first, second course, and they jackpot. They don't want to be on that course. They don't want, and I can tell you for free, not many of them have the right heart, and not many of them are doing these things with integrity. You may see me with them, you may see them with me, but they are my children, and you know we have all kinds of children. So I can tell you for free. Many of you that are buying land from some of these guys, the land you are buying, you have entered one chance. So especially those of you that are buying all this free trade zone and all this one, they are telling you come to this. I'm telling you for free. Most of those land are under government acquisition, committed acquisition, and most of them are farmland. And if you are doing land banking, farmland, even in Nigeria, will not appreciate it. That's what he was talking about. The word, but one thing, Shakamu, don't all this farmland. Don't go and buy farmland. Any land that is farmland is meant for farm. So I'm telling you for free, because many of you land banking, you now go and buy. So when you are talking of land banking, land that has the possibility of appreciating. So when we are telling you come and buy a land within an estate, invest now, within the next 3 to 5 years, this will happen. Yes, not a land. So find out the title of the land you are doing land banking on. Not that somebody will carry into one forest and tell you that within the next 5 years you appreciate. Lands don't appreciate if there are no things around it that make it to appreciate. So there has to be things that will come into that place that will make the appreciation to come. So number one is land banking. Number two is residential properties. There are a lot of investment opportunity in residential property, especially because of the reurbanization that is going on right now. You'll find out that in a place like Lagos, about 20 million people in Lagos, and most of the places that were low-income area, that all these places used to be Morocco. So Morocco has become what everybody. So in the same way, there are places that people used to look down on, like Agege, Ajegunle, Ikotun, Idimu, places that people, those places are no more what you thought they were 10, 20 years ago. So there is a lot of reurbanization going on right now, where you can buy what you call a tenement building, face me, I face you. You can pull it down, and that prime real estate has become something big. So you can build something new and modern in those places. There are places now, we are apparently doing a lot of stuff in some of those things. So there are places now where, by virtue of reorganization of Lagos, places where you could not build more than 2-story building, 6-story building. And people are not aware of this. And they're still looking down. So we are now taking advantage of that. You can now buy a tenement building, pull it down, and go 6 floors. And then you are cashing in. So you need to begin to think of that. So residential properties, reurbanization, and then repurposing. Just reurbanizing and repurposing the building. Now, let me give you a perfect example of what we call tenement building. Now, a lot of you, by virtue of what my sister called, is it downfall gossip or something? They're very, very powerful. I say, oh, you can do downfall gossip. So when next I say, you know, like I used to say, downfall gossip. So now you see, what we say, face me and face you, face me and face you. And we have used, you know, a derogatory language to relegate that. But what you are calling face me and face you, when you go to hotel, is it not face me and face you? All the hotel you go to, I say, I stayed in this hotel. Is it not face me and face you are staying in? So what makes that face me and face you hotel face you? Because they do what we call in the UK studio apartment, they put toilet and bathroom inside. So question, one of the repurposing you need to begin to think of as an investor is go back to all those local places. Start buying the face me and face you. Start buying the tenement building, because that tenement building is 6 rooms here, 6 rooms here, 8 rooms here, 8 rooms here, 5 rooms here, 5 rooms here. What do you need to do? Join 2 together, put toilet, put a kitchenette. It has become a studio apartment. Fence it, put solar, put borehole. Before you know it, you are cashing in. What people are paying for 5,000 per month, you can begin to make multiple millions on that same face me and face you. So it's repurposing. And these are things that we have started doing, and we are seeing amazing results, and it's an opportunity. Number 3 is purpose-built commercial properties. Purpose-built commercial properties. You can begin to, times, you know, Have you noticed that for many of us, whenever we think of going to the market, we either think of supermarket or open market. And when you look at most of these stores, you find that only local governments seem to be doing all these small stores. But have you seen how small those stores are? Just small cubicle. Do you know how many of that you can put on one plot? Do you know how many of that you can put on 1 acre? Do you know you can start your own market? And people are not thinking in that line of purpose-built commercial properties like shops. Small, not shops with partner, just those small stuff that you see when they will be selling pepper here. You'll be amazed at how much you'll be getting. Understand is that about 60% of people that are in business in Nigeria, they are in this informal sector. They are in this sector that they don't have any HR, no customer service, they don't have any structural system, but the kind of money that is moving in that circle. Do you understand now? There are people in the Saleko, Yani Dumota, or Mokola market that are doing billions in turnover. They don't have HR department, no business plan, no branding, no nothing, but they are cashing in. And you need to begin to understand the dynamics of your country and your geography. So very, very important. So shops, malls. You can build shopping malls, build amazing malls, and people will buy each of the shops, and then they can buy for a 25-year tenure, buy for a 15-year tenure. After 15 years, you get it back, resell to another set of people. Hostels, you'll be amazed. You get a land near a school, and a lot of hostels will begin to produce. So you can begin to think of hostels, you can begin to think of hotels. Because many times when people think of real estate, they only think of real estate that they can, invest in and control. There are things you need to invest in and other people will help you manage. There are people that will come now, take over your hotel. You don't even need to be involved. You just build it. They take over the hotel, they manage it, they do everything, and you get your money without stress. Then we can go on and on and on and on and on like that. Number 4, office space. Now, with this virtual stuff that has happened in the post-COVID world now, we're going to begin to see the need for a lot of co-working office space, service space, shared office space, virtual office space. Those things are going to become more, needed as we begin to move on. Because a lot of people now, even though they are working from home, they now need a place that will be like a contact center where they can go and have official meetings with some people that they can bring to their houses. And we need to begin to have more of this because this is the future. Very, very important. So that's number 4. Number 5 is short-let and service apartment. Short-let and service apartment. And this is something that is becoming more real now because we have a lot of people that work in different parts of the world. And when they come into a country, by virtue of the popularity of Airbnb, people are now beginning to realize that you can go into any country and you don't really necessarily need to look for an hotel. You can use Airbnb, hotels.com and look for an apartment and stay there for 1 month or stay there for 3 weeks. And you'll be amazed we just opened 2 units of an apartment just 2 months ago. And when I started getting called, they said, this person said they want to stay there for 1 month. Can we give them discount? This one, he said somebody wants to stay for 3 months. I say, nah, so? So there are people that are actually working in place. They just go to a place for 1 month and they don't want to stay in an hotel. They want to be able to cook, welcome people into the soul. And there are a lot of people that used to live in what we call the lower area of Lagos. And most of these people, I don't want my children to suffer what I suffer. I don't want my child to suffer what I suffer. He schooled all his life in Nigeria. All his children schooled in London. When they come back, they may not want to come back to where they were growing up from. So many of these guys grew up in Ikotu, in Okoko, in Agege. And when they are coming to Nigeria, they don't want to go and sleep in their mother's house in Agege. So they are looking for a short-let somewhere, a service apartment somewhere where they can just go and visit their family or bring their family to stay with them within that 2-3 weeks period, and they go. So short-let is something that is very, very, lucrative for you to consider now because, we have all kinds of property. So we've been through all kinds. Tenants can mess you up in some places. So you have tenants, they don't pay. You have tenants, all kinds of story will come up. But when you have service apartment, all you need to do is to invest in making sure that you bring it to a good place, and then you are cashing it. So instead of getting a property, so for instance, the 2 apartments we opened recently, I was talking to you about, when we bought it's 3-bedroom, 2 3-bedroom, we bought them, paid over a period of time. And when I asked them in the beginning of the journey how much rent was in that place, they told me it was like 700 to to 800, but because of the road, anybody that is coming in now, they collect 900. So I looked at my wife, I said, okay, so we'll spend this money, buy 2 things, and then I'm about 2 million. Where inside, we can't even pay the school fees of this boy. And this, I said, what? So let's go extra. So now, the extra is turn it to a shortlet, invest more money, do it up, and then instead of making 1 million per annum, you are actually making 1 million in 2 weeks. Do you understand now? So if somebody is staying in that place now, we started at 50,000 initial opening, and the person that is staying for 1 month paid 1.5 for 1 month. So you are paying 1.5 for 1 month, and I could have gotten 1 million in 1 year. So those are the possibilities that are going to be existing as we begin to consider shortlet. Number 6 is farm cities. Farm cities. Now, a lot of people want to go into farming, but they are afraid because they don't have the security issue. So you can begin to think of building a farm estate and starting farm cities as an investor, where you have 100 acres, 200 acres, 300 acres, 400, 500 acres, and then you sell out 1 acre each to people. And somebody comes, take 1 acre and is planting lettuce. And it doesn't even need to be the one planting the lettuce. So you sell the land to him, you tell him what he can farm on it, you help him do the farming on it, so you make money from selling the land to him or listening to him for 10, 15, 20 years. You make money by helping him to manage the lettuce or cucumber or whatever. You help him do that. You also make money from that. And there are so many jobless people. Because many of you, I don't know if you've gone to try to buy all this salad stuff, lettuce, white, and all those green peppers. If you go to some places in Lagos, you see people planting all these things by the side of the road. Many of these things are less than 1 plot. If you know the money these guys are making. But many times, we have this, corporate job without corporate certificates, this corporate bondage that, every time you go through Lagos, you see people in traffic. And you see them selling in traffic, and you look down on them in your air-conditioned coffin, you're calling your official car. And these guys you are looking down on, they are better than you in many folds. But they themselves, by inferiority complex and lack of understanding of their value, they are looking down on themselves and appreciating you. You are earning 250 a month, or you are earning 150 a month, and by the time we divide what you earn into 1 hour, you don't make as much as these people make per hour. So per hour income, they make more than you. But because of packaging and corporate, so you'll be amazed at the kind of money that is on the streets. So begin to think of this dimension of farm cities, farm estates, because these things will begin to go wild as we move on, because people need to begin. There's so much. A plot of land within 12 months, if you are doing farming, there are crops that you can do that within 3 months you cash out. And you can do 3, 4 in 1 year. There are some that in 6 months you cash out, you can do 2 in 1 year. There are some that every year you cash out. If you try to do plantain, it is only the first plantain that you do. You just get 1 acre and plant plantain on just 1 plot. In a matter of 3 to 5 years, the whole 1 acre will have plantain without you having to plant. The plantain will be dropping itself. So there is so much that can be done in this. So if you need explanation further on each of the, we can look at venture. Joint venture. You can begin to consider joint venture as a developer or joint venture as, partnership. So what do I mean by that? Now, how many of you have gone around Lagos, around Nigeria, and you have seen abandoned building that has been there for more than 10 years? Can I see your hand? Abandoned for more than 10 years. Now, that's money sitting down. Now, most of those abandoned buildings has been there for more than 10 years. Why? Because the person that started it has probably died. And when the man of the house died and lost his job, the wife and the children are in one flat somewhere struggling, and they have a property that can be giving them 5-10 million a year. But because you don't have money to build it, it's not, and the land is just dilapidating there. The land is there, they have built it up to window level, they have done decking, and then you have money. As an investor, you can begin to approach these people and say, come, who is the owner of this land? What document do we have? We can help you complete this building. It's 4 flats. You will stay in 1 flat, no rent. The remaining 3 flats, we'll rent it out, we'll collect money for the next 10, 15, 20 years, and the whole 4 flat becomes your home. So you can be a developer to begin to complete all this uncompleted building. Many of them are now in eyebrow area. You go to some place and you just see a vacant, land in the midst of big land. And what's happening here? It's cool. Oh, it's cool. And then you have money. You can become an investor and go into that dimension of joint venture as a developer. There are people, I think Prof also spoke to that, and I think Amusu also spoke to that. You find that there are people that have land. For instance, we're in the UK for a School of Money Summit in London and Manchester, and a couple called me, and they have land in about 3 different locations. And they were thinking of, okay, we have this land from what you said. So if somebody wants to develop on it, I said, no problem. Let's know where the land is. Let's know the value of the land. And we'll begin to match you with people that have money and are looking for land in a prime location. Because, for instance, now, if I have 100 million and I want to develop a property in Bagada, the 100 million will not even get me the land. But if somebody already has a land in Bagada that is already worth 150 million, and the land is sitting down there and they're in London, just sitting down, they can bring their land, the 150 million, as an equity. We can design a building project that will do us 2 billion, and then I can carry my own 100 million, do all the documentation, architectural design, and start the project with 100 million, and we sell off plan, and we all cash out, and everybody's happy, and we retain enough of the units to still keep us making money from the same spot. So there's so much possibilities as an investor, so much possibilities. So then fund investment. Fund investment, you can begin to think of investing in companies and organizations that are into real estate for a good return. So there are a lot of companies right now that you can invest in, and they do the business of the real estate. You just put in your money and then you get a return. So for some people, that's all they want to do. All you just need to look at is to understand that, okay, this company is credible. When I put my money there, my money is secure. And once you put your money there, worst case scenario, which is what I tell guys now, we use the property as the collateral. So worst case scenario, you will get your money back in property. At least you won't lose out completely, even though some people don't understand the value of that. They just want to see cash. So invest in companies. So that's one. And number 9 is collaboration. You can begin to think of collaborating with people. And, you know, as I told them in the UK during the meeting I mentioned earlier, when Asians and Jews go into Europe, they go to start a business. When Africans go into Europe, they go to look for a job. And that's why you find that when you go all over Europe, you go to different places, a lot of people have not been able to do very well because they still go to Europe, they go to America with that Ikemba and son, Oluwalogbo and sons, all those kind of, you know, and I've told people over and over again, it is better to have 10% of a billion than to have 100% of 10 million. And we need to begin to think of collaboration. Right now, the 21st century is a season of collaboration and partnership. We need to begin to come together, you know, in synergy. Even those you call your competitors are not necessarily your competitors. If you sit down together, you're amazed at how much you can do working together with the so-called competitors. Because there are some advantages to that. Because you're actually supposed to be competing with yourself. Because the more people you have in the industry, they're calling your competitors, the more the industry actually grows and become a force. So we need to understand that. So collaboration, you can begin to think of putting money together to go into what we call joint ownership of building, fractional ownership. This will go a long way in helping you to be able to, you know, enjoy that. So for instance, they've just given you an opportunity right now, and they said there's a property for 100 million, it's now going for 60 million. Now you don't have 60 million, but you have 10 million. You can look for 5 people. 5 people to join you, 10 million, 60 million to pay. And then by the time the 6 of you put 60 million into a 100 million property, you've made 40% upfront. Because like we tell people, you must win at the point of purchase. So if you plug into that now, you are winning at the point of purchase, 40% upfront. But instead of you looking for 60 million, you can come together and collaborate with others. 6 of you can put 10 million together, do a legal documentation, share it on paper. So you look at 60%, 60 million divided into 6 people. How much does it come into? That's my percentage. And then the 40% too has been shared on that percentage. And by the time you get that, if they say the rent is 6 million, that means every year you are getting 1 million out of that 6 million. So your 10 million of fractional ownership is giving you 1 million every year if you decide to go through the rental dimension. If you decide to do short leg dimension, that your 10 million may not be giving you 1 million. It may actually be giving you 10 million. Yes, it may be giving you 10 million per annum. But because you want to own it, it's my house, you're going to get into trouble because you're going to have to slow down. You just be pushing one man learning, you know. And before you say, okay, let me go and gather 60 million, it has become 200 million. Before you, it has become 250. You now say they are pursuing you. No, they are not pursuing you. So begin to think of this fractional ownership. You don't have money to buy a 5 million naira house. Look for 5 people, 1 million. Let's buy it. We own 20% of the property. You'll be amazed. And finally, foreign properties. Foreign properties. Foreign properties. Now, Prof has said so much about that. By the grace of God and by virtue of wealth creation understanding in the journey of our lives, we presently have properties in 9 countries. So we have properties in 9 countries. So I can tell you for free the benefit of what Prof has said. Do you understand? And when Prof was speaking, I am not as old as he is. I didn't start as early as he started, but I understood that. And for those that have been listening to him for over 20 years, I've been saying what I've been saying. I understand what he's talking about. My first daughter was born in the US in 1998. My first son was born in the US in the year 2000. And as I knew that these guys are going to end up in America schooling. How am I going to pay school fees in dollars? Because I became knowledgeable about dollar naira when dollar was 25 naira to a dollar. I saw it become 40 naira. I saw it become 80 naira. So I'm like, 25 naira, long tongue by yen. What was the 80 naira? Mama, you know. So, and I knew when it was 140. Now we know where we are. So I was telling myself that by the time these people will grow up, because your last born plus 25 years is your deliverance. So the day your wife, you gave birth to your last born like this, add 25 years to your age. That is when you'll be free from school fees. So when I did that calculation, I'm like, okay, what if dollar becomes 1,000 naira to a dollar when these people will be going to school? Where will I find the money? So I started planning on how to make sure that I get an investment in dollars that will be bringing income in dollars so that I will not need to think dollar. So right now, when it comes to dollar, I don't think dollar. Every income that comes in dollar stays there. When I enter America today, I don't go with any money. Money is sitting down there. When I enter London, I don't go with any money. Rent is empty every month. And they don't owe rent like this place. Every month, your money by the 5th of the next month, you are out, you are talking belief, you are talking this. You understand? So, and we have properties all over the world like that. We have in Nigeria, we have in Ghana, we have in South Africa, we have all over the world. And so I can tell you, because many of you that want to send your children abroad, it's not naira. Yeah, it's not naira. They think can frustrate you. I'm telling you, because I can tell you stories upon stories upon stories of people that the devaluation of our naira has messed them up. I know people that withdraw their children from schools in London and America and brought them back to Nigeria just 7 years ago when the dollar thing shifted. Because they just could not afford it anymore. Because their money was not taking care of what it needed to take care of. So we need to understand the importance of begin to think of investing in foreign. And, you know, then let me say this. Because Prof has spoken of one aspect. Let me speak of the other aspect. He's spoken of the mortgage because I don't do mortgage. So, because for you to be able to do mortgage, you need to have documents, you need to have this. So, and for those of us that are Nigerian, so I do cash. But I can tell you for free. At a point, I've sold off most of my properties in the US now because we're now going commercial, to go into commercial property. But at the point, we had properties in the US, houses that are single family unit houses worth over $2 million. I did not spend $200,000 buying it. The highest property I've ever bought in the US was $21,500 naira, $21,500 cash. I entered the market in 2008 when the market crashed. When stock market crashed, I was watching CNN. I saw people crying in Florida, moving out of their houses, and I asked my friend, and then we started. I called guys. You guys, how does this thing work? Before you know it, we found out that we can buy houses for as cheap as 10,000, 15,000. Yes, I bought houses for $15,000, spent $4,000 to do it. Started collecting rent of $700 per month. I've been doing that now for 14 years, 12 years. The houses are still there. Do you understand now? And I got my friends together. We started doing, and we came together with a consortium of 42 buildings worth over $10 million. So these things are real. I came to Nigeria with the same energy. And I started going from place to place. I did seminar in Sheraton. I did seminar in Nikon. I said, you can buy a property in America, 3-bedroom, full with $20,000. You see, what they pay them pastor on 419. How can you buy a whole property for this pastor? They are just fake. They just want to buy. No, they didn't listen. I'm a pastor too. I have friends that were buying cars, doing bishopric. Today now they are suffering. But most of those properties are there. So if you can afford it, because Nigeria, you may not have document to do mortgage. Mortgage is good. But because you don't have documents, so me, I'm not a mortgage person. I do cash. So I can tell you it's possible also. You understand? So now, let me give you a perfect example now. We're all in Rwanda in December. The property in Rwanda, when we got there, they told us, we saw the property were there, so it's not taste by moonlight. The property, they gave it to us at $26,000. And $26,000, you're going to be getting $850 a month. And the property comes with a 5-year guaranteed payment rent. So you are buying the property for $26,000, and they are going to be paying you $850 times 12 upfront every January for 5 years guaranteed. So in 5 years, you have made back your money. But you need to put $26,000 cash, no mortgage. Do you understand? We're discussing, I was telling my guys, I said, guys, this thing, it's not that it's too good to be true, but let's plug it. By the time we met the owner of the building, he said, who told you 26,000? It's 40,000. It's 40,000. But at 40,000, I said, so he showed me the document. We sat down, did meeting. He actually had 15 years guaranteed rent from the Qatari government. 15 years, because they are building airports there, and their own estate is now the official accommodation for the entire airport staff of Qatar. Qatar has bought into Rwanda. So Rwanda is now going to be the Qatari hub of Qatar Airways and Qatar government. So anybody, instead of going from whatever to Qatar, as long as you have to pass through Africa, is Rwanda, you will land first. They won't go to Qatar anymore. From there to the world. And this guy, and the government is the one doing road. You heard what he spoke to you about. You'll be amazed at the kind of error and the way so foreign things is very sweet. I'm telling you, there are opportunities that in the UK, I can tell you for free now, properties appreciate, it doubles every 10 years. In the last 40 years, we have property there every 10 years. So you buy a property of £150,000 in 10 years, it's £300,000. And when we bought our property, pounds were 240. Today, you know how much pounds is. I know how much rent I'm collecting in pounds then. I know it's the same rent because you can't be increasing rent like Nigeria. But you know the difference between pounds then and now. So this, so you begin to think of foreign, investment also. These are 10 investment opportunities that you need to consider as an investor. But there's what we call low-hanging fruits. I hope to, I plan to, I intend to. I hope to, I plan to, I intend to. That's what many people have been all their life. But you see, 1,000 good intentions is not as powerful as one action. Instead of stretching neck for the one you can't read, the one that is in your front now. Enter now. Enter Mhowe, enter Ikorodu. They have given you brochure. Don't sit down there looking normal. And then instead of you to take normal decision, you sit down there, listen to me. I've been around for a while. There are people that when we're selling land for 50,000, they were there. I still, in this same UK, I went to, these are validated proof with documents. In this same UK, I went to a woman that had me 17 years ago that refused to do anything. She had the money. She was there crying. It's on video. That I'm going to be 40 this week. I heard you 17 years ago. They discouraged me. You see, I'm going to be 40 now, and I'm asking myself, what do I have to show for 40 years? After being in the UK for 23 years. You see, you were saying this thing 17 years ago. It seemed as if you came from Nigeria to insult us. But if I have listened to the insult, today my life will be different. So some of you are sitting here now looking normal. But the decision you make with what you have heard today is what will determine whether you are normal or not. Because na lie, my mother will say, everybody sitting down here, anybody that has ever made money in their life, if they tell you they have not lost money, they are not telling you the truth. Everybody, and we don't lose money in school fees. It is all those things you learn, all those mistakes you make, are the knowledge that gives you a leverage to make a consultant today. God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the best way to celebrate. I can see a lot of nodding. People are saying,
This man, no be lying, not true. Can we round off now? No, we're rounding off very shortly. There'll be room for you to ask questions. I'm sure some people we still have some people still doubting. Are you sure this man is saying the truth? Are you sure? You will ask your question and you can see how blunt he was and how blunt is. This is Dr. Olumide Emmanuel. He's as blunt as possible. I told him, I reached out to him one time concerning a property and he said, go and sell it. That place is not, go and sell it now. He will tell you straight. You start asking, you don't start asking why. He's been in the business for a long time. The fact that he doesn't shout, he doesn't, compared to the other people that you see flaunt, is deep, right? You know what I'm saying? Once again, can we celebrate Dr. Olumide Emmanuel? All right. We're wrapping up very soon. We're going to be later before 12 a.m. We should be out of this. Okay, so in another 30 minutes, we should be out of this place, right? Is it okay? Another 30 minutes. But hasn't been worth it so far. Can we celebrate Lifepage Global for putting up this? Remember, next week we'll still have you sent your interest? We will not be able to do much justice to what. Just send hunger to the number hunger. I said hunger because you talked about UK and US. So my tone has changed. In it, yeah. You know what I'm saying? All right. So at this time, I'd like to invite Mrs. Damilola Hassan to handle the. Can we celebrate her, please? She's going to be the one to moderate the panel session. Can we celebrate her, please? Thank you. Would you like to? Yes. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I hope it's been time well spent so far. Thank you. Yes, you're getting what you were promised. So we'll be bringing this to a close now. We had earlier announced that you should put down your questions. Due to paucity of time, we will not be able to pass the microphone round. So, because you know how some of us, when we handle the mic, we begin to preach. So we're going to just avoid that. If you have questions, please write it down. You've been provided notebooks. If you need paper, just signify to the ushers. They'll give you paper to quickly write out your questions. I have a few questions here already, and as much as possible, we will try to keep it very brief. I can imagine that there are several questions that you want them to address. So while I wait for the questions to come, I would like to ask Senami, while you were speaking, you tried to draw our attention to several investments, several opportunities for people, realtors, investors to raise capital, for the real estate project. But we know that there's a lot of focus on commercial banks, and the expectation from that end has been left unmet because of several factors. I mean, if we had commercial bankers here, they too would have their very valid reasons for not sticking out their neck into some of these investments. So, but I know that there are non-conventional banking options that can bridge some of this property acquisition needs, mortgage, other sorts of alternative funding, especially for retail investors. Do you want to quickly speak to one or two of such that people can take advantage of? Thank you.
Thank you, Damilola. So funding options apart from commercial banking, I think that's what we are asking here. So for the retail element, I think we'll start with mortgages. And we all know that the Nigerian banks are not informed enough about the real estate sector. So I would say, first of all, we look at, I think I mentioned the international banks, most especially the South African banks, Rand Merchant Bank, Stanbic are actually very good with mortgages. There's some prop tech companies that are coming up. Bungalow, yes, thank you. Bungalow is up that you can navigate for mortgage funding, which will help the of the property market. And I think as well as anybody has talked on this panel, even trying to do a JV with your friends and family. As I said earlier, I think that's always the first major source of your funding. Friends and family, look within your network, see how you can all contribute some of your personal savings together and create that platform for funding.
Thank you very much, Senami. Okay, quickly. I would like to. This person didn't quite indicate who the question is for, but I know that Prof had spoken. He spoke extensively based on his personal experience and also from data that is available. So, Prof, what would be the strategies for individual investors? You know, you gave us that breakdown in terms of categories. Category A, category B. So for realtors, that's useful, very useful information. You need to understand your market. You need to understand where exactly the money is. At the other end is where that demand is coming from. What are strategies, you know, to adopt, both from the realtor perspective, you know, and your market, analyzing that category. Because I know you rushed through that, it would be nice if you can quickly speak to, for realtors, for developers, what strategies can they adopt to access market? We know that there's a limitation when it comes to data. You know, we brandish 200 million Nigerians, but not too many people have that kind of access to data that can help them to, you know, demystify what that market is. Can you quickly speak to that again, sir? Thank you.
All right, thank you. I spoke about the fact that when we categorize socioeconomic groups in our country, there's about 1% in the upper segment, just 1% of the population. And it's made up of 2 million people. These 2 million people, they have money, they have, and you find them mainly in urban centers. This does not mean that they are people who are very rich who are also living, but majority of them is stay in the urban centers. For example, it is possible to find a multi-millionaire Fulani person who is dressed just like a shepherd. But in reality, his asset base is a multiple of millions, hundreds of millions, in terms of heads of cow, in terms of how much he also has in the bank. So those are exceptions. We are talking of the former. Those who are former in their wealth and everything, you find about 2 million of them. They belong to the upper segment. The 4% are the lower end of the upper segment. Why I don't like to use that phrase, I normally use 5% overall for the upper, so people don't have error in their head. So that 5% accounts for about 10 million people. These 10 million people, they love luxury. They are able to buy things that they desire, and they can afford. I mean, most of them can afford a lot of things. And a number of Nigerians belong to that segment. And they are about 10 million. Where will you find them? I like that question. Where will you find them? You find them mainly, I didn't mention Lagos, Port Harcourt. And in reality, there are about 19 cities, 19, that you find. That will include Ibadan, Oyo, Ondo, Bini, and so on and so forth. That doesn't mean that there are no few of them in the villages or outside this people. That's where they are. And remember that Nigerians also live a life they call aspirational life. Aspirational life means a guy who ideally cannot afford a Benz will be using a Benz because it is aspiration. He is going to be more respected in his family if he uses a Benz. And so that is very common in the Southwest. So now, because of aspiration, rather than him buy a one-bed studio room as a starting point before he moves to the other, he will ask for a 4-bedroom. And he will do everything possible. He doesn't mind to work 48 hours per day in order to meet that aspiration, to make it happen. So there's a market for those who are aspiring. And this aspirational demand comes mainly from those who are in the upper segment of the middle class, but who would like to be classified as belonging to the upper class. They are the people who buy Lexus, even though they can't afford Lexus. So when you eat their Lexus, everyone will feel like falling. And just a little scratch on it. You're showing something now. And there the people will buy, they buy a second-hand version of a car, and they want you to believe it's new, even though you know it's not new. Because if they tell you they brought it from US, you know it's not new. I'm sorry to say that, but there are a couple of things that happens that way. Now, the middle class itself is divided into two again. The upper class of the middle class is 10% of the entire population, which is 20 million. The lower class is 15%. Majority of workers in government, workers in the bank, they belong to the middle class. But some of them belong to the upper middle class, particularly getting to the GM level, senior manager level. This category of people, and there are entrepreneurs who are also made and who actually belong to this class, or even belong to the upper class. Finding them. So how do you find them? For example, if you have access to telecom database, telecom. You see that database in the telecom industry is classified into how much do you spend per month.
Yes. Absolutely.
And so those who are in telecom will confirm this. And when you know how much people spend per month, majority of people make noise about that a network doesn't work well. Who made the biggest complaint? They usually spend like 3,000 in a month on telecom. Those who spend in the range of 20, 30, 50,000 per month, they know that there's not much difference between one telecom network and the other. One, they don't go to villages, so they can hardly have problem with connection error. So they don't live in the rural area. Now, these things are part of the pointers. Now, where people live can also make a difference. For example, if you enter 10 houses in Banana Island, there's every likelihood that 8 of those 10,000 houses you will meet, even if they are tenants, they are likely to be millionaire tenants. So if you target them, you are likely going to be a little bit more successful in your, but this is what they need. Now, I was asking him, and I used to live in the early 80s in phase 2. And because I wanted to be married, I used to live in a duplex. But when I wanted to be married, I didn't want my wife to have an impression that I'm rich. And I'm being sincere to you. And I went to the bedroom. And he had known me as living in a duplex before. I said, why are you there? He said, that is what I can afford for now because we are starting a family. So we started to live there. But at that material time, I'd recognized the fact that I needed to start living big, to stop living big, to start living in a very prudent way. Because I recognize what he said, that my kid will be going for A-level at the age of 16. We entered university at the age of 18. I hope you can, and these are predictable things. The amount we paid for fees in 1986, the fee for A-level university in UK was £9,000. By the time my kids were entering school, the cheapest one was 11,000. That means a period of 15 to 16 years. Not much has changed.
Yes.
Today, it's about 13,000, 15,000. But by the time you add feeding, because I was paying more money for my son who was living in the hostel in Canterbury than the amount I was paying for 8-room, 5 main house, standalone house in Ogudu. I was paying more for his 1 room than I was paying in Ogudu. So I know the cost of living in Nigeria is very low, and that's why I stay here. And I tell my people, yes, I'm telling you the truth.
Yeah.
No, you know what I'm saying. So understand where people live and where they are, and understand the kind of thing you can give to them. Okay. There are people whose image and imagination. My wife bought a land in Oga. And when she was outside the country, I sold it out. I wanted to sell it in Naira. I thought that they were underpricing it. So I said, okay, when we bought it, the exchange rate was this. This is the dollar equivalent. I want that dollar equivalent. The lawyer paid the money in dollar. I sent it to her like a wedding anniversary.
Fantastic.
And when she came back to the country, she was annoyed that this is where we are supposed to start to do block foundation things. I said, no, I know where I'm not going to live. I don't know where I'm going to live, but I know where I'm not going to live. So you therefore classify people on many parameters like that. So that's
identify the parameters. That's key. Thank you, Prof. Identify the parameters and then go after the money. Okay, so many questions coming in. We have participants online, but we really don't have time. So I'm going to try to bunch the questions. I have a question for the CEO, Mr. Oladipupo Clement, and then a question for my own mentor, our veteran, regarding regulation and sanity in the space. Of course, you'll be speaking not as regulator, but more from your position as a veteran who has several years of experience. But I'll come back to you, sir. Dr. Oladipupo, when are we watching this thing? Okay, so it's been 10 years, dealing with the different categories, in this space. What role does culture have to play in the buying and investing pattern of our market, and how can the supply end take advantage of whatever it is,
all right,
the role of culture?
Thank you for the question. I think real estate is culturally acceptable, culturally an acceptable investment vehicle, unlike other asset classes like stock, bond. It will take you forever to educate people on why they should put their money in bonds and put their money in shares, especially after 2008.
Even this is the building, this is the land.
You can see what you are paying for. So I think there's a friend of mine who is here. He's one of the big boys in insurance, and he often tells me, sorry, it's harder, several times harder to sell insurance and to sell. So culturally, real estate is culturally acceptable investments.
Are there patterns that you've observed over the years that you think it's important that realtors should note that can help them based on your own experience? Yes. So that they don't cry where you've cried?
Oh, time won't take us to go there. That's why I say, if you are ever going to be a developer, for example, in Nigeria, you have a lot of work to do. We did a development. Let me just refer to that. We did a development, and it will interest you to know that in about 6 months of that project, there was a variation of about 200 million.
I can imagine.
Now, that is just one project. So, and that happened within 6 months. So imagine what could happen in 18 months. Imagine what could happen in 2 years. Imagine what can happen. And that's also largely because of this. So sometimes it makes sense to fully develop your property before even selling it at all, so that you can really, okay, you had Prof saying that he was going to sell a property and he had to use dollar valuation to determine how much he was going to sell it. So those are some of the harsh realities. So, and that's why if you're buying off plan, buying a property off plan, it's a big opportunity. It will interest you to know that we absorbed the entire 200 million, right? We didn't transfer it to the subscribers.
Wow.
Yes, I mean, I say to people all the time, integrity is not integrity until it's tested, right? We had the opportunity to compromise. To say, sorry, we're not going to, I mean, some of my team members were saying, so we had to put this project to a halt. But it was a major learning experience that I don't ever want to experience again.
Thank you for sharing. Thank you. I mean, can we give you a round of applause? There's nothing as vital as learning from where someone has the path someone has walked, so that you don't have to make that mistake all over again. So to you, sir, Dr. Olumide Emmanuel, considering the minimal barrier to entry for players generally in the real estate, I know that for developers it's capital intensive, but for the larger group of realtors and facilitators, the barrier is low. And there's been so many stories. So many people have burnt their fingers investing in real estate. Several stories that touch the heart, have evolved. So as a veteran, what advice do you have, for, again, two categories: realtors who want to build a pedigree in this industry, they want to build a name, and on the other hand, investors who want to hedge, against risk, who don't want to incur losses, because there's minimal regulation. It's not a very sane space. So what advice do you have for both ends of the market? Thank you.
Okay, so for those that want to be realtors, because really, like today, it's actually a realtors market. They are the ones that are really making the money now. So for a realtor, number one, you want to investigate before you invest, because your reputation is more important than money. So you want to be sure that you are selling for a credible company. Don't just believe them for what they tell you. Trust but verify, because at the end of the day, your own personal integrity is at stake. So you need to really investigate the company you are selling for to be sure that what they said is what exists. Do your independent investigation and have documentations to validate that. Because I've said something over and over again. For those that do not understand Nigeria, they will argue with it until they become a victim of it. And what I've said over and over again is that in Nigeria, you can do everything right and still be wrong. So because you can do everything right and still be wrong, the only thing that can help you is proof, documentation. So do your documentation. Because you can go to the state government now and tell them, I want to investigate this land. Is it free? Is this CFO genuine? And the state government will give you a document. So it's free, the CFO is genuine. You go to the same state government 2 years later, they tell you it's not free, it's not genuine. Same state. But when you have your document from them, then you have something to go to court with. Because politics affect everything in Nigeria, a politician can go to a land that has CFO and they can backdate another document to say that land is under acquisition. So if you're a realtor and you are entering into selling for a company, make sure you get all the documentation that they have, but you go and do your independent event so that you can have documentation to back yourself up in case Nigeria happens to you. You understand? So that because you can just mess things up. So that's what you really need to do. Then as a realtor, make sure that when you are selling for any organization, even if it is fractional ownership, own something that you are selling. So if a plot of land in that estate is 1 million and you are going to sell land to people, when you get your commission, deposit your commission with the company to start paying for your own land. Because it's easier for you to sell to someone when you have a land. Say, look, me too, I get land there. So you are not just selling as a marketer, you are also a stakeholder.
Putting skin in the
so
game.
You have to put skin in the game. It's very, very important. So those are the things that I would say to realtors. Then for somebody that wants to buy, I've said it over and over again, there are responsible investors and there are irresponsible investors, because it does not really take much to do your due diligence. So if you want to invest in anything, do your due diligence to be sure that what these people are claiming is the truth. I spoke earlier on about risk. When you are young and you have the ability to take risk, for instance, in Nigeria now, for some of us that are in the industry, we know now that a troublesome land can be a more profitable land. Doesn't have that to say, there's one land, they're in court. No, when you understand something, so go and court or well, buy into it, because you are entering.
Doesn't that remind you of a Yoruba proverb?
So some troublesome land are really profitable, because when they are in trouble, you join them in the trouble. By the time the case will come out like this, you see that the thing can be 10, 100 times. You're like, wow, it will just be like lottery. But people that don't understand risk don't understand. So if you are going, let me give you a perfect example of how some of this is work. When you want to go into real estate, for instance, there are some families that the land has been released by government, but this family don't even have money to do survey, to do everything. So you can be the one to come and sponsor the land for them. It's a risk. But once you are sure that truly it has been excised, truly it has been released for them, you can take that risk. So you are the one putting money to do the survey, and they say, okay, for every 1 acre, we give you 1 plot. At the end of the day, you are going into a lot. So if at that point you are trying to buy, and someone that is sponsoring for a family is giving you inside info, say, come and do private placement. Oh, we are sponsoring for this family. We too, we don't have cash, but come and buy 1 plot for 600,000. By the time we finish all this sponsoring and everything, 1 plot here is actually like 3 million. Oh. If you are going in there, you are going in there understanding what you are going into, to know that, okay, this land, though, there is no document. These people are sponsoring for this. So once you are able to do your due diligence, you'll be able to understand what you are going into. It will help you to make more money,
because that's why we have private placement and public offer.
Absolutely.
Everybody knows that the real money is in private placement. So if you understand, you enter at that private level before it becomes public. Because by the time they announce it to everybody, the real people have made money.
Wow. Thank you. Thank you. I hope you are taking notes. I understand that the YouTube channel is live. And so you can always refer to the recording of this event to refresh your memory. Senami, quick one. So this person is asking, what would you advise me? My track record, track record seems to be a barrier for funding. And since my company is relatively new and the project in question will be our first. So it's a new project and the company is new, but you said a lot about track record. Is this person stuck in a quagmire? What can they do?
Okay, so about track record, I know it's always a cycle. Most people are just starting as their first project and they're trying to raise funding. What I would say is that try and volunteer. So Lifepage is here. Lifepage has other projects. Work with other people that have done this for about 6 months. Build that track record. Then now go out on your own. I know that a lot of us here, when we're creating our businesses, we're used to being the CEO. This is my business. I must do everything myself. But you need to show the credibility that you've done this before. You've been tested, as in you've gone through the down and the highs. You've heard we'll talk about when prices were fluctuating, and so you have to have that experience. So what I would say to that is volunteer, go and come and speak to Dr. Oladipupo, sit down with him, see how you can work with him for one of his projects, or even volunteer for someone who just build that credibility for 6 months, then go back and meet your investors.
Beautiful, thank you. So, I mean, this just underscores the need for to go through the process. So sometimes you don't even have that access until you are able to verify, to show what you've done. So if you've used another person's platform to build a certain level of credibility, a certain level of track record, I mean, it can be easier for you to now then raise your own funds and then do bigger things. Okay, so many questions there for Lifepage. I'm going to read everything at once so that you can just speak to all of them at once. One says, how can a salary earner of 100K, I assume that's 100K per month, profit from Lifepage? Another one says, how can students benefit from Lifepage? Another one says, does Lifepage offer co-investment packages, one that people can join even if you don't have others that can team up with you? Someone here is also asking, still on Lifepage, as a realtor, how can I get started with Lifepage? Yes, so I've addressed the other bit about the training, the video, which is online. And then someone asked, how can we connect with all the speakers today? I will let Dr. Olumide speak to that. He has a way of speaking to, some people show up at events and their priority is to take pictures and post, I was with so-so person. And then a few months down the line, there's absolutely no knowledge or no remembrance of the key things learned. So I just want to encourage you, it's not just about connecting with the speakers or being quick about getting their telephone numbers, but how exactly can you pick value out? Let Dr. Olumide speak to that. But quickly, Lifepage, do you want to address all these questions?
Plenty questions. Yes, we can. Just call the number 090-6000-5747. And then for those who want to be realtors, I said earlier on during my presentation that next week Saturday, we'll be having a realtors boot camp, the Lifepage version. It's hot. So just type hunger and send to. You had Professor Lere saying that one of the ways you identify a successful salesperson is hunger. So once you don't have it, and this thing does not come by certificates, it's something else will spark it. So just type hunger and send to 090-6000-5747. We will contact you. We'll send you a link for registration, and then you'll be able to join that session.
Okay, before you drop the mic, some of the questions on how to connect came from people online. So it's very possible that they are not in Nigeria. So is that a WhatsApp line, or do you want to give
that line is
other email?
Those are hotlines. So you can call 090. So everyone, you receive a flyer or something, 0906000. We also have your details anyway. 09, if you are in this room or you joined online by any means, I'm very certain that we have your data. Yeah, so just call the number 0906000 5747 or 0906000 5737. You can also send us an email at findus@lifepagegroup.com. Find us, one word, at lifepagegroup.com.
Okay, thank you. So before you answer the question on the how to derive value from the speakers here, there's also another question on foreign investment. I know you spoke a lot about it, but this person is saying, what's the procedure to follow to invest in foreign properties? They may need something more specific. I'm not sure you can address that at the broader level. Another person is asking for a secured platform that they can check for property deals and acquisitions. I mean, I think this is just speaking to the fear that people have regarding not working with the wrong set of people. Do you want to quickly address that, sir?
Okay, with reference to connecting with people here, I believe almost everybody should be on social media. Connect with them on social media, connect with us on social media so that you can see what we're doing. You can have relevant, up-to-date information of where we'll be, what we are doing, and now you can take advantage of what we have. I've however come to realize that when people don't pay, they don't pay attention. Yes, sir. And in this part of the world, people hardly have respect for intellectual property. I can give you $1 million now and replace it in 1 hour, 1 day, 1 week, depending on a lot of factors. But if I give you 30 minutes or 1 hour of my time, it's gone forever. So for people like us, our time is more valuable than money, because our time can be converted to money any day, anytime. So it's very, very important for you to know that once you connect with us, we can help you, but it also costs a lot to be able to help. So for someone like me now, I have what I call the free version of what I do, because I'm also a pastor. So by virtue of being a pastor, we have to still do a lot of stuff philanthropically. So you contact us, we answer your questions. But there is a difference between counseling and consultancy. Counseling is free, but consultancy attracts a fee. Because where there is a voice, there is an invoice.
Yes.
So you can contact us through social media, email, phone number, fine. We'll answer you. But when it crosses the free version, there is a paid version. So be willing to pay. Because you'll be amazed that when you pay attention. And by the time you pay and you pay attention, you produce results. And when you produce results, the money you pay will become inconsequential. Then with reference to buying real estate, he has spoken to how you do it through mortgage. Let me speak to how you do it cash. If you want to do it cash, all you need is a credible contact in the country. So if we have properties in America, if you want to buy properties in America, you just need to have someone in America that you know, that you can connect with, that can help you. Okay. Or if you have an American visa, then you can open an account with an American bank with your American B1, B2 visa. But you just need to have a physical address in America, someone that you know. So you use their address in America as your address. Yes. And then you use your American visa on your Nigerian passport. And then they open the account for you with the American contact. So it becomes your account. So you can open an account with some bank. A very good bank that does that a lot is Bank of America. Because of the Hispano, they know, so they help you. So once you have that account, you are set up. You can send money from here into that account. And then when you want to buy any property, there are different things you can do. You can contact us for more details on how to go about that. But basically, since you are buying cash, you need to have the money ready. Because the first thing will be proof of funds. So proof of funds means your statement of account showing the bank balance, that the money, that you pay $1,000. We call it EMD, NS money deposit. That $1,000 is to say, I am ready now, go ahead. So that money is there, 1,000, and that 1,000 is part of your payment to cost. Okay. When everything is done, you just pay the balance, and then you take it from there. And of course, there are a lot of other costs that you pay, because you can't escape tax, you can't escape a lot of stuff. Any property you have, insurance is compulsory, it's not optional. Tax is compulsory, and a lot of other factors. For in America alone, that you did not cut grass, grass, or that there is refuse in your compound, they can auction your house. Yes, they will auction your house because of $400. Because you refuse to cut grass. So it's not like Nigeria that says my land is my grass. It's nothing like that. I have one of our houses in Atlanta is sitting on 1 acre, but the land is just small. And I'm the owner of the whole 1 acre, but I can't cut one tree in my compound. You can't cut a tree. I must take permission to say I want to cut this tree so that I can do gardening for my children to play. We want to come and spend, so they will now permit you to cut a tree.
And probably ask you to plant
for that
another
one tree
somewhere.
that you cut, they have to plant someone somewhere. So all those things are fast. So if you need how to buy properties in America or whatever, then you can contact us. We have a lot of packages we can give you. There's a particular real estate executive pack that comes with all the information plus mentorship. So you can contact our office for that.
Thank you very much. You've heard that when there's a voice, there must be an invoice. Okay, so we are rounding up now. We would like to hear very briefly, under 1 minute from each of our speakers, what is that parting word? What is, if anybody is going to forget anything they've heard, what is this one thing that you do not want people to forget? Ladies first, Senami, I'll start with you.
Okay, thank you so much. So, so 3 things I would say are my parting words. First of all, I've enjoyed this conference, and I have also learned so much. I have my notes filled. So 3 things. First of all, when you're looking at investors, try and talk more than rental income. So see what you can push apart from rental income when you're speaking to investors. Second one is when you're talking to investors, amplify your social impact, how many jobs you're creating, how you're improving energy, and amplify how you're using technology to improve what you're doing. That's the third one. 1, 2. Thank you.
Thank you, Senami. Prof.
Sorry.
Thank you.
I thought there were 2 ladies that spoke.
Okay.
I think the major thing I do not want people to forget is the fact that no matter what your background is, you can take your decision today. Remember, those who are getting results like Pastor Emmanuel had started investing years ago. So in 20 years' time, your decision today will also reflect in what you have in 20. So there's nothing like delaying that decision. It's never too late, because the best time for you to plant a tree will have been 20 years ago, for you to enjoy the shade today. Today is the next best time for you to plant that tree, so that you can enjoy the fact, the benefit of the tree in 20 years' time. And it's never too late.
Thank you very much. Decide today. That's what Prof just said in summary, while Senami said, be creative. Our host, you'll be the last. Let's us listen to Dr. Olumide Emmanuel. Your parting word.
My parting word will be, how do you know if the opportunities for you? Many times we have opportunities facing us, and people are confused to know whether the opportunities for them. 2 ways to know. As you are sitting down here right now, if you go through all the brochures that have been given to you, is there any of those opportunities you can plug into now? If you have the ability, there's cash in your bank, there's a fixed deposit somewhere, there's something somewhere that you can use to plug into any of those opportunities now, then that opportunity is for you. Number 2, if you can access the money to take advantage of that opportunity within the window of the opportunity, then that opportunity is for you. So if they tell you, we're giving you this land for 40% discount or 40 million off, and it expires today, if you can borrow that money, or you can sell something to raise that money within the window of today, that opportunity is for you. If the opportunity say we give you till 7 days, we give you till the next 30 days, we give you, if within that 10 days, 30 days, 90 days, you can raise the money by pulling it out from any other thing, then the opportunity is for you. So don't live here without taking advantage of the opportunity that today has presented. Because like we have said, the word POR is an acronym for passing over opportunities repeatedly. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, sir. And our very dear Dr. Oladipupo Clement.
And one of such opportunities for those who do not have access to the money now or within the offer period is to be a realtor. And if you have hunger, that's the only qualification. Just join us next week, Saturday. We will drill you. You will become part of the millionaires that we have raised over the last 10 years.
Fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, can we give it up for our esteemed members of the panel? They've done justice to the topic. I know that if we had dedicated an hour and a half to this session, we would not have exhausted. I didn't exhaust all the questions I have, but I must say thank you, each and every one of you. Thank you for sharing from your depth of knowledge and experience, and it's been a delight. So I'll hand over now to our dear MC and host, Sako. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we celebrate Mrs. Damilola Hassan? Can we celebrate her, please? And also celebrate her husband. It's been here. Mr. Hassan, thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Can we celebrate the husband, the groom, and the bride? Yeah. Talking about groom and bride is also important. I'm one of those people that always appreciate people that have been of great support. Dr. Oladipupo Clement would not have been able to achieve the things that he has achieved by the grace of God without support system. I know. He's talked about his mentor, but they had mentors that he's had even before he met Dr. Olumide Emmanuel. Can we celebrate his mother? Can we celebrate Mrs. Achilo? Can we celebrate the mother of Dr. Oladipupo? Can we celebrate her, please? She's in a relationship with her husband. She might look young, but she's fantastically in a relationship with her husband. She's married, and her husband would have loved to be here. Yes. Congratulations, Bobby. This next person I want to invite, she usually do not like me to recognize her, but it's also imperative that everything that you see, if your home is not in a good place, you might not be able to achieve some things. I know I'm a married counselor. I've been married for a long time, about 9 years now. The way you people are laughing, you don't take my marriage for granted. It's a lot for someone to be married for 9 years and 6 months. It's not a joke. I think I have 3 mature children. Matured. My first daughter is 8. I just paid school fees yesterday. I know what came out for 3 children. You don't know what I'm. So, sir, I'm just starting. When I heard how much you are paying for your children, and we must be alive to celebrate them. That's why you can't die now. Why would you die? You can't die now. On the day of your wedding, you're not saying, let's do 1 minute. We reject it in Jesus' name. Responsible men, where are you? Responsible men, where are you? We are responsible. We don't leave the thing for our wife. We take care. See the way Daddy was just talking about the level. I know that by 16, he already knew. Even before he got married, he already know that in 16 years. Because he knew that he can't be barren. Hallelujah. Yes, sir. Can we celebrate Mrs. Omolara? Oladipupo Clement. Can we celebrate her? She was trying to avoid me, but can we celebrate the wife of the groom? Of the CEO. Thank you so much for bringing joy into the Oladipupo Clement family. We celebrate you greatly. And now we'd like to do this for the press. We have members of press that would like to take some of our pictures. And so I'd like to invite the CEO and our speakers to please come to the stage. We'd like to, this will be for the newspaper, if you don't mind, sir. We're sorry for putting you on the, yes, all our speakers to kindly please. The one for Mr. Leke Alder, we edit it and put it, yeah. Yes, so please can we invite all our speakers, all our distinguished speakers as they come on stage and come to the altar, to the stage right now. Thank you. And remember to subscribe to our YouTube channel, and also pictures enriched by Lifepage. Yes, enriched by Lifepage. Okay, yes, sir. Enriched by Lifepage. If you want to know the story of how it all started, one of the things that we do at Lifepage also, every Thursday we gather at the main office. We gather at the main office by 11 o'clock, right? Gather. Oh, yes. Can we celebrate Mrs. Omolara Oladipupo Clement, Our Excellency, the First Lady of Lifepage, right? Oh, where's that man that you know? I know something. Yeah. 5. Okay. You guys say 5? I would like the EDs of Lifepage to get ready, please. Mr. Francis Ajilore, Mr. Quer, Mr. Oladipupo, please get ready too, please. You know, I say this all the time. This is the only country where you see a photographer taking pictures and they're the ones smiling. They cannot kill themselves. No one. Okay, so for another, we have. Okay, so so what? No, we just thank you, Ms. Mamalara. Thank you so much. We just ask you to just no, but we also want to take with the speakers also. Thank you so much. Just with the speakers. Yes, you can join. Yes, that's 5, and then First Lady has. Thank you. Are we good? Ah, man. No, properties abroad. We must all have properties outside the country. We must. Dr. Olumide, what we have caused today. You know, spiritual realm, we must be, because if you don't perceive it, it will not happen. Don't say it's not, it's possible. Somebody say it's possible. The billionaires, thank you so much. Can we appreciate all our speakers? Thank you so much, sir. We appreciate you, sir. And the EDs, can we have the EDs of Lifepage? Yes, that's not with you, sir. The EDs, you've been trusting God to be an ED in Lifepage. You can join them and use it as a point of contact. Our mentor who is about to leave. Do we have the EDs? They are not ready. Well, that's the EDs. Mr. Francis, where are you? Mr. Shola, where are you? Want to quickly, because we want the CEO to just see our mentors off. I think we'll just do the pictures. We can do it outside because we wants to see our. Can we appreciate all our speakers? Can we appreciate Dr. Olumide Emmanuel? Can we celebrate Professor Lere Baale? Can we celebrate him? Thank you so much. Thank you. We're wrapping this off now. I think. Are we good? Pastor Bukola, we celebrate you, sir. Can we celebrate Pastor Bukola? Is the MD Stellar Bank? Can we celebrate him, please? It's not ordinary. He works in billion. Dr. Bukola, I'm just greeting you. It's on this live. I still use GTB. Hold on, sound no 10334. Yeah. All right. I think I'll just say thank you. Or who am I supposed to? Mr. Francis, are you there? We've wrapped it off already. Make the numbers that we put up, let's maximize. And also, please, as you leave your seat, make sure you don't forget your phones. My name is Sako SSC on Instagram at Spirit of Sako. This is what I do for a living. I also anchor morning devotions in case your morning devotion is boring. I could also wedding reception, I matchmake in case you're in a relationship for 5 years and the guy has not said anything. I can take you out of it and put you in another relationship. You can't be in a relationship and you're not moving forward. You're asking him, what are we? Saying we are pencil in the hand of the creator. Are you joking? Is this super story? Yeah. Don't let this year, December, begin to pray as Shiloh. Say, oh Lord, that God always commission is settling you. What are we talking about? That foul demon, no foul demon can stop you. You are married this year. In the name of Jesus. We don't beg for men look for us. That's what God spoke to me 5th of May 1989. Lake Kaduna, and we're not here now. Our nations not coming to meet us here now. We are blessed and highly favored. Thank you all for joining us. It's Lifepage Symposium 2020-22. It's been 10 years. God bless you. Remember to send hunger to the number 090-6000. The 4 numbers. God bless you. Remember to take your phones and your bags so not become a souvenir to someone else. You will not be stranded in Jesus' name. You can follow me on Instagram, Spirit of Sako. My YouTube channel, Spirit of Sako TV. Spirit of Sako, SSCO, or Sako International. You can just type Sako International, it takes you straight to my YouTube channel. I have some lovely videos too that you can be laughing at.
New and peaceful beginning.
We
are offering
thank you.
In 2
Stella,
3 bedroom.
Please, I need your attention, please. I need the phone, please. Thank you.
Spacious yard. Look at to own a home? We've got it covered. It all starts with a brick. Not just another brick in the wall, but one that brings a new and peaceful beginning. We are offering dream homes in 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom, homes built with your comfort in mind. Spacious yard, perfect for family gatherings. Elegant custom home with exceptional amenities and unparalleled craftsmanship. Large windows that let in plenty of natural light. Ample parking space in a gated and secured estate. All available with a flexible payment plan. At Lifepage, we strive to exceed your expectations in order to make your life better and richer with affordable, accessible, and acceptable housing. Acacia homes and apartments. Akowe Orange Terraces. Bagada Orange Apartments. Oga Alwood Homes. Mowe Town. Lifepage is the answer. What is your question? To subscribe, reach out to us 0906 000 5747. Looking to own a home? We've got it covered. It all starts with a brick. Not just another brick in the wall, but one that brings a new and peaceful beginning. We are offering dream homes in 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom, homes built with your comfort in mind. Spacious yard, perfect for family gatherings. Elegant custom home with exceptional amenities and unparalleled craftsmanship. Large windows that let in plenty of natural light. Ample parking space in a gated and secured estate. All available with a flexible payment plan. At Lifepage, we strive to exceed your expectations in order to make your life better and richer with affordable, accessible, and acceptable housing. Acacia homes and apartments. Lakowe Orange Terraces. Bagada Orange Apartments. Oba Alwood Homes. Mowe Town. Lifepage is the answer. What is your question? To subscribe, reach out to us 0906 000 5747.
And I've been living fast life, but I see it in slow. Oh no, and you see my lifestyle, I got G's in the dope. See many people there outside where they feel man so cold. No, I mean I stand the defender like Joseph you. My girl say she want Netflix and chill, so I chatty get if I want.
Straight down, straight down. Camera for now. Chat down, please. I'm not.
I played table tennis actively in 1986.
Oh yeah, please check. Can I take it out? Check.
So Lifepage was conceived 2001. I was working in the bookstore at the time. That was where I picked my passion for reading and all of those things. And it was there I started scribbling thoughts and inspirations I was getting. That document is still in a file till date. At the time, it wasn't Lifepage, that was the name. It was Pages of Life. So it was as I thought about and ruminated on Pages of Life. By the time you say Pages of Life Limited, rapture may have taken place. So 2008, a few months after I got married, I called a few friends together who were my colleagues at work where I was working at the time. I was working in an investment banking firm. We went to stockbroking, portfolio management, funds management, investment advice. We were doing a whole lot of those things then. I built a team at the time. Two of these guys were part of those teams. I had several that were also as close to me, but I called them together. At the time also, that organization where we worked, it was the model, the business model of that company was the company within the company. I was, for the most part of that experience, was an entrepreneurial employee. In other words, I was responsible for the profit of my division. So if I didn't produce, if I didn't generate profit, I would go hungry. So, and also, that was where I learned, that was where I developed my leadership skill, literally. So I called this gentleman together. The initial idea was that we're going to register our own company as a company within that company. That was the idea. So even though the company was originally conceived, I thought that this would be a good place to fully express all that I had. And then in that organization, the company used to do a lot of rewards, a lot of empowerment and all of those things. So I envisioned that we can carry that on with this company, Lifepage. And that was what led to the initial registration of the organization at the time. But as time went on, I knew I didn't want any conflict of interest, so I was focused. It was impossible for anybody to even think I was ever going to leave the company. And I never planned to leave the company at the time. Honestly, I didn't. And so eventually for like 3 years, we didn't operate fully. We were just doing a lot of skeletal, a lot of brainstorming, and all of those things. At the time the company was registered, there wasn't clarity of what particular business, products, and services we were going to render. But by 2012, I ran into an opportunity through another friend of mine who said, there's this 21 acres somewhere. Would we be interested in taking it up along with them? So we would take 10 acres, they would take 11 acres. I said, fantastic. So that was a good opportunity to launch. And since wealth creation is at the core of our purpose, the thought had not always been that it would be real estate alone, it had just been that we do business. But when that opportunity presented itself, that was how we rode on the wing of that opportunity, and that was how we got started. So we started marketing that product, that particular landed property. That was our pilot project. We called it Lifepage Gardens those days.
One of the main goals for us is making life richer, and we've been able to touch over 10,000 lives in 10 years, and that's awesome. Quite a number of people have attended our events. We believe in education, and we believe that if people know better, they will do better. We do a lot of seminars, we do a lot of enlightenment, because beyond the physical asset, the mental asset is equally important. Any physical asset can be taken away from you, but what you know is what you know. And what you know is always going to inform the kind of decision that you make. So we believe before people part with their hard-earned fund, they're supposed to take an informed decision. The informed decision will help them to take the right investment decision. So we've been able to impart over 10,000 lives in the course of our journey to 10, and we believe we will be able to do more. I mean, we've imparted 10,000 lives. We're on the road to 1 million. And I believe we're on the right track.
In the last 10 years, we've given out several cars. In the last 10 years, we've given out several houses. Now, as reward for performance, by the way, we've taken loads of people on all expense paid trip abroad as rewards.
One of the major milestones for me was discovering a concept that we call PIN back then, Property Investment Network, which is more of a network marketing pattern in the real estate space. I'm sure that we are the first in the real estate space to introduce that.
For us, in the next 10 years, a Lifepage, and the main goal now is housing, and that has, in the last 3 years, that has been our focus, not just the development of houses, also to make sure that all the past subscribers for us to come and develop their land, and that's we have more direct impact. And Lifepage being a very responsible company, we want something that will impact the economy greatly. You know, breaking it down for you to achieve 1 million homes, what it means is that there's an economy around that 1 million homes. Land is needed, cement is needed, artisans are needed. Quite a number of factors are needed for you to achieve that. So in a way, we are not just solving housing problem, we are solving unemployment problem. We are not just solving housing problem, we are meeting a need. We are providing cash flow for people that will probably own this house, let it out, accommodation issues are being solved, people have assets that does not depreciate. So that is our own objective for the next 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. Between now and 2041, we want to achieve that 1 million homes.
I'd like to seize the opportunity to thank every of the current and previous board members of the company. Your inputs have been of great value to us. It has helped us to think differently, accomplish things faster than we would have ordinarily imagined. The fact that there's someone checking, or there are persons checking to see that, look, are we complying with this and that, has helped a great deal over the years, and we do not take your input for granted. We'd also like to thank every member of staff, past and present. Every input of yours is what has brought us this far, and we do not take it for granted.
All of you, business owners, entrepreneurs, investors, customers, staff, management staff of Lifepage, and then happy 10th anniversary to all of us. Cheers to the next 10, the next 100 years of Lifepage.